Shabbat Shalom.
Lion of Judah Society.
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 Erev Tov, Lila Tov, Boker Tov, Erev Tov. Good evening. For those in the evening time, upon hearing this, Lila Tov, good night. Those in the shadow state that they call night, and Boker Tov, to those who are in the dawning, the break of day, the break of day time. Yes. So right here, brothers and sisters and brothers, behind the scenes, we're really trying to learn this technology, to use these tools, even according to the spirit of the teaching of our Godfather and King of Kings, unless the knowledge and the science is used for good, to create, make no doubt about it, it will be used to destroy. The sane way of, looking at this world and even these latter day tools, the technology. So yeah, brothers and sisters and brothers, just getting some of the presentation together, as we go through the Torah reading and feeding. So here for this the 6-day podcast, it's called the Friday, the TJ. Here for the TJIF. Also, I hope that the timing, for those who like to join I for the live, I hope the timing is good for ones. Sought to come on earlier, but in the background, getting some of the slides, the audibles, what is to be presented, and also according to what we have, before us, even with this Torah reading and feeding. So here, Wayyesheb, here we're at the 9th sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong, and also Hanukkah. We haven't spoken about Hanukkah actually here in the season, Hanukkah. Also some of the books, some of the books, the documents like the Testament, Jubilees, the Book of Jubilees, particularly the Book of Jubilees, and the testimony of the 12 patriarchs. Also, would like to hail up Zion Lex and what's the brother Shar Ahraya. That is kind of like a mouthful. Some of their paleo, limited vowels, enunciation of Lashawan, Kadash or Kwadash. But it was an honorable, as it says, to honor the brotherhood, So it was a very, good reasoning, discussion. It wasn't so much a debate, it was like more of a conversation, and both parties, Zion Lex and Brother Shar, they presented their sides, and hopefully, we can grow in grace and in knowledge. So we shared some of that earlier, the Tuesday podcast, part of the Tuesday podcast, at least the opening. We went into a reasoning, a conversation, and a kind of a share of some basic points that Zion Lex was making concerning why Lashawan Kwadash fails. In other words, this one West approach to the biblical, or what's called the Paleo Hebrew. But when it's done with honor and brotherly love, hopefully, iron can sharpen iron, and we all can grow, in grace and the knowledge, especially of Adonai Yeshua HaMashiach. Yes, Rastafari. So right here for the TJIF right here. Thank Jah. It's Friday. How was your Shabua? How was the Shabua? The Shabua, the 7 days. Hopefully it went well, for ones and ones, every Shabua is a little bit different, but, coming through, especially if one, it was about, work and, certain productive and progressive activity. Coming to this time, hopefully, can really get into that Shabbat, the Shabbat heart and mind. In fact, we haven't shared this. Do we still have this up here? It was on Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter, like to be reminded, and also to remind. There we go. Yeshayahu, Isaiah chapter 58, Hopefully go into a little more commentary on some of the points that was raised, concerning, the biblical Hebrew, and what is the proper and also the authentic approach, for us to reclaim that which we have lost, for the once lost now found, the Beta Israelites, at home and abroad, irrespective of a certain, camp or camp doctrine, or, mansion, as ones and ones will say. We're just getting to the truth of the matter. It was a very, very, very good presentation. I hope some of y'all caught it and will catch it. It's on the what's the radio? What's the radio called again? Something inside the radio. Well, we'll get some of the memes and just share it again. But it's out there. Check, huh? There we go. Toda Rabba, Miskana. Inside the nation radio. But right here for the Shabbat, Isaiah chapter 58. Listen to this Medi right here, and we will go in it. So Yeshua Shalom, Chabarim Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam. But hear this right here.
Chapter 58. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions and the house. Chapter 58. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgression and the house of Jacob their sins. Yet they seek me daily, and delight to know my ways, as a nation that did righteousness, and forsook not the ordinance of their God. They ask of me the ordinances of justice. They take delight in approaching to God. Wherefore have we fasted, say they, and thou seest not? Wherefore have we afflicted our soul, and thou takest no knowledge? Behold, in the day of your fast ye find pleasure, and exact all your labors. Behold, ye fast for strife and debate, and to smite with the fist of wickedness. Ye shall not fast as ye do this day, to make your voice to be heard on high. Is it such a fast that I have chosen? A day for a man to afflict his soul? Is it to bow down his head as a bulrush, and to spread sackcloth and ashes unto him? Wilt thou call this a fast, and an acceptable day to the Lord? Is not this the fast that I have chosen? To loose the bands of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free, and that ye break every yoke. Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out to thy house? When thou seest the naked, that thou cover him, and that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh? Then shall thy light break forth as the morning, and thine health shall spring forth speedily, and thy righteousness shall go before thee. The glory of the Lord shall be thy reward. Then shalt thou call, and the Lord shall answer. Thou shalt cry, and he shall say, Here I am. If thou take away from the midst of thee the yoke, the putting forth of the finger, and speaking vanity, and if thou draw out thy soul to the hungry, and satisfy the afflicted soul, then shall thy light rise in obscurity, and thy darkness be as the noonday. And the Lord shall guide thee continually, and satisfy thy soul in drought, and make fat thy bones. And thou shalt be like a watered garden, and like a spring of water, whose waters fail not. And they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places. Thou shalt raise up the foundations of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairer of the breach, the restorer of paths to dwell in. If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasure on my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight, the holy of the Lord, honorable, and shalt honor him, not doing thine own ways, nor finding thine own pleasure, nor speaking thine own words, then shalt thou delight thyself in the Lord. And I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and feed thee with the heritage of Jacob thy father. For the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it.
Amen, amen, amen. Shabbat shalom, sembet salam. That word right there, a reminder to the law and to the prophets. Right there, there. Isaiah, Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 58.
6 days shall thou labor, shall the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest.
Shema Yisrael. Shema Yisrael.
6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, sucklings and the breast.
Yes. So Isaiah, Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 58. Now, Isaiah chapter 58 is here in Schofield's briefly has a superscription of ethical instructions. But what's interesting is that when we scroll back to a particular theme here in Yeshaya leading up to chapter 58, we come to chapter 55, where it speaks of the everlasting or the eternal salvation. The everlasting or the eternal salvation. And then that's after the verse in the 54th chapter where it says, no weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment thou shalt condemn. This is the heritage. This is the heritage of the servants of Yahweh, and their righteousness is of me, saith Yahweh. All right, so that's the last verse in chapter 54. And chapter 54 has a theme, Yisrael, the restored wife of Yahweh, of Jehovah. Now, this is also very interesting because out there in social media, ones like to debate and have reasonings and back and forth on different discussion on different topics. And one of these topics out there is concerning who is the wife of Yahweh, or they'll say Jehovah, who is the wife? And they'll speak about, the idolatries of the nations, of the Goyeh Haaretz, of the Gentiles of the earth, of the peoples, the Elohim Acharim, right? And they'll say Asherah or Ashtaroth or this or that and bring forth a whole bunch of mix-up. But here in the scripture, it's kind of very clear right here, where it says that Yisrael is the restored wife of Yahweh. Just something to consider. They say put it in your pipe and, burn it right there, medi on it, burn some Aishans, get a good smell, get a good prayer to go up. So the everlasting salvation, eternal salvation is mentioned in chapter 55. Get to chapter 56. It goes on with the theme of ethical instructions. Chapter 57 as well. Some very good points right there, but I hope that ones and ones will pick up and, just take a look at these chapters and read through. And some very important like rhema words, like where it says right here in verse 19, right, of chapter 57, it says, I create the fruit of the lips. It's interesting because of the Imperial Majesty, our Godfather and King of Kings, Kamar Haile Selassie, there is the utterances, the speeches, selected speeches and other utterances, the word sound, right? The spirit of truth expressed. And his in the Amharic, there is the compilation of all the significant speeches and sayings, right, of the conquering line of the tribe of Judah, Haile Selassie I. And it's in a volume that in Amharic is called Frey Kanafir, Frey. Interesting, in the Hebrew, we say fruit as peri. Some might enunciate as pere. Fruit, peri, fruit of, right? So we have pere. This is more of the tomato. Brother Shah in the reasoning conversation with Zion Lex, he tried to make certain points, just a tomato, between the proper pointing, for the proper voice, whether past, present, the different tenses to make sense, right? But this is a more of a tomato, right? So in the Hebrew, peri, right? In the Amharic from the gut is fere. But sometimes also in the Hebrew, the peri is also pointed as feri or even fere. So right there, we can see more of a true Afro-Shemitic tomato. But here in verse 19 it says, I create the fruit of the lips. So His Imperial Majesty, the official, you say the official documents that contain, I think it's about 3 or 4, perhaps more. I think we have 2 or 3 from they're in the Royal Amharic. They're in Amharic, but many of them are like the speeches that we know, from the translations in English and the book Selected Speeches. LOJ has a copy available for ones that want to get an official copy, because some of the speeches, many of them were officially translated into the English. So although we don't know, maybe all of us, the Amharic, we can get the official translation. Others can translate it, we can translate it, but to get the official translation. So the volume is called Frey Kanafir. Frey, the fruit of Kanafir, the fruit of the lips. So here it says in Isaiah Yeshaya, chapter 58, verse 19, I create the fruit of the lips. It says shalom or salam, shalom, shalom. It says shalom, shalom to him that is far off and to him that is near, saith Yahweh, and I will heal him. Let's pause on this for a moment right here. Let's pause on this for a moment, because here I want to just share all this just live and direct right here. This is on another reasoning, concerning sin. Because, many of us, no doubt, are sin conscious, or we hear the word, and in basic principle, we know what it is, whether we want to acknowledge it in a religious way, or like one would say, that's ucked up, that's uckery. Well, in a sense, that kind of brings out the sense. It missed the mark. It fell short. It's lacking, right? It's a violation, of law, or of what is right and proper. But here it says, and he that doubteth is damned if he eat, because it's not of faith. For whatsoever not of faith is sin. And it's kind of interesting, because one was commenting on smoking, like marijuana, and said that this was their particular, addiction. It's interesting, smoking marijuana and eating shrimp. Right? Hail up to Zarya, you know what I'm saying? For real, and ISUBK, but also, when I say our captain, our brother, Captain Azania, we had some very good discussions, and also to Lawrence Davis, if you can check it out. I think it's on the Anchor FM. It's a series out there. It's called What You Know About God and His Chosen People, right? A series, with Israelite, Beta Israelite, and Hebrew Israelite brothers, and also I and I Rastafari, the Rastafarites. What Babylon feel like? I and I are Israelite. Having several reasonings. I think it's maybe 13, 15 parts. I'm not too sure, right? Exact number right there. But we'll share, we'll share that link right there. So anyway, we're speaking about that. And as I listen to his testimony, just listen to the next brother's testimony. Because one might say, oh, that's not a sin. That may not be a sin to you, so from so on. But, when he started to speak about certain, his mind state, his thought about it, even while he did it. Sometimes people will do things, and then after they do it, they would have like a desire to do it. And after they do it, they would start to feel a way, or to doubt why they did it, so forth and so on. And I began to think, I said, he should have never even been bunning to begin with. And then I recall back in the days concerning concerning certain groups of people, certain cultural mores that we have lost, in captivity, right? That ones, these things are not new, whether the cannabis or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? And in different cultures, they utilize these things, some members utilize it within the fumigation, within the, the kitoret, the kitoret sense, the kitoret in the Hebrew is the Aishan sense, and others in more of a medicinal sense, whether in teas or as other applications, or, in other medicinal, ancient kind of medicinal and social cultural ways. And we recall an example that they said that, like in certain tribes, like they would have things like either marijuana or things like the cannabis, and they would have everyone like the young males, certain young males, to see whether they could come into the priesthood, or into like the shaman. Some will call it the shaman, the Europeans will call it shaman, but let's just call it for basic principle, basic order into their priestly functions, like who would be eligible, for entrance. So they would, have these young men of like a bar mitzvah or rite of passage age, indulge in what the priest, not everyone in the society just went around like burning or smoking, but the priests would do so. Ones might do at certain times, what I'm saying? Moderation. They said moderation, in all things is good, especially all good things is good, but without moderation, then we can look at the problematic levels. But they would basically test these young men of a kind of a rite of passage age, bar mitzvah age. They would test them, right? And as they would test them, they would, like, for example, have a group of young men, say 5 young men. They all, take a little bit of the chalice. They bun the chalice, right? And then they would observe them. And there'll be different sort of reactions to it. Some would get giddy, some would get what they call it again. We used to call it back in the days. They would get paranoid. You know how someone's one will get paranoid, or even you might have experienced certain paranoia under the influence of the Aishans. You know what I'm saying? And others, maybe one or so, 2, or others would be more quiet, more introspective. And as we would say today, and I'm saying more deep, but more, you could say more composed, more peaceful, more quiet, more higayon, meditative, and in the meditation, right? So those who had the reactions, like they would laugh, they would get paranoid, or they had some psychological imbalance, would be encouraged. And even within the societal, the code of society, they would be discouraged, from partaking in that way, as a burnt substance. When we understand even the use of fire, even the scripture brings out some of these basic, of course, it brings out these basic principles, that the basic principles are universal, like there's water. We all got water. This one believes that, this one believes this, but we all got water, we all got earth, there's air for us to live, to breathe, you know what I'm saying? The spirit, right? And we all, have access, to fire. But now what people do with it, this really shows either the God, the inclination to the good, or the devil, the inclination to the evil, right there, right? But it was interesting because the brother said that, well, to him, like drinking, drinking is not a sin. I guess he was going from a kind of a pseudo biblical, point of reference that drinking is not a sin. I said, that's interesting. I began to think about that. And I was like, drinking, it doesn't overtly say thou shalt not drink alcohol. You know what I'm saying? There's no verse like that, like thou shalt not drink. And what's interesting is that we do have cases and examples. And immediately, what I thought of, brothers and sisters, as we read it right here? I thought of this Torah reading and feeding. What's this Torah reading and feeding? This Torah reading and feeding concerning Jacob, right? Jacob dwelt, and then his favorite son, Joseph, right? And then we had in chapter 38, who do we have in chapter 38? We had Yehuda, right? We had Judah. Do we have Judah right here? Let me see if we have Judah right here. Let's touch on Judah for a moment. And this kind of segues into another. Oh, boom, there we go, Judah, Yehuda. Or at least a representation. Hold on for a moment. Let's do this here. Getting used to this board, this OBS, utilizing the OBS. It's very interesting, Okay, that's a Tamar alike. That's a Tamar alike. You see the Tamar? You know about Tamar? You know who Tamar is, right? Here in the narrative, Tamar. Now Tamar, right? Somebody say Tamar, right? Tamar means palm, like the palm and like the palm tree, right? That was Yehuda or Judah's, his daughter-in-law, the Kala, the bride or the daughter-in-law. And he was her Ham. So Judah was Ham. You don't follow me? Yehuda was Ham. Like when you say Ham, Shem, and Japheth, Yehuda was Ham. What do we mean by Yehuda? Judah being Ham? Because they'll say, oh man, he off. What are you saying that Judah was Ham? Judah is a Semite. He's Shem. That's not the point. The point is that, okay, he's of the lineage of Shem, right? But he is Ham. Okay, ones and ones don't get this. This will be good for the Rastafari Israelites. Do a little video, but let's see if we can do our best right here to kind of just explain right here. Now, why did I bring up Judah talking about sin and bringing out the verse in Romans that if a person does something, right? If I do something, like for example, some people, do things, right? That let me give an example. What's an example? Suppose a woman thought having sex with her husband, because how she was brought up, she had bad ideas, right? So she thought having sexual intercourse, with her husband, laying down for her husband, yeah, she thought that it was sinful, because she was on some parthenenos, like some virgin kind of, fables and ideology, yeah. So though she did it, right, you know what I mean, she might enjoy it, but she'll think it's sin. You see what I'm saying? And in a sense, because of that mind state, it would be sin for her. You see what I'm saying? So just bring out that verse there. But I brought in Judah because of the point about alcohol. About alcohol. And then that brought us to the point about, the other ancient books that was read by even the peoples in the way and even our peoples before, like the book of Jubilees, the Ethiopic book of Jubilees. Also the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs, And the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs is interesting because it's almost like each of the 12 patriarchs, the sons of Yaakov, it's like they give their affidavit. When they went down to Mitzrayim, they gave their affidavit, right? Now, people may dispute, the authenticity. We see that there is a great authenticity because these things were even known in the time of Moshiach, right? It was known in the time of Moshiach, and some say from scrolls that was before. But here's the key thing. What we read of it and how we compare it with the scriptures, we do not see a contradiction, right? We actually see, like, if we read the scripture and we start to have questions about it, and almost like young people have questions and the older people, right, will tell the young people, oh, yeah, well, what they learned or what truth was passed down. That's why even the Torah says, that our forefathers have told us this. So now think about this with the scriptures in the Bible. If their forefathers were telling them things, right, eventually somebody hopefully would write it down, right? This is just the logic of it. You know what I'm saying? So yes, we have the scriptures, especially from the prophets and the Torah through Moshe. But then we also have, right, the testimonies, right, that are written and communicated. It says in the Shema, right, to teach it to our children, our sons. Right, when we lay down, when we get up, when we walk by the way, when we do this, when we do that, it's almost like constantly, right? So from that communication, right, and reasoning, right, amongst, we could say, the Israelites, the Beta Israel, there would be other scriptures, right, or other writings, even like the apocryphal books. You know what I mean? Some would dismiss it for their particular cult Christianity or counterfeit Christianity or whatever or anti-Messiah, synagogue of, what I mean? Doctrines, right? But Judah, he had an alcohol problem, right? He testifies in the testament, right, of Judah, right, to an alcohol problem. Now, I mentioned this because when we're looking at the narrative here in this Torah reading and feeding, right, the 9th sabbatical study, Wayyesheb, picking up with Genesis chapter 37, right, we read that Joseph, what did he do? Joseph, he reported to Jacob, the patriarch, all their fathers, his father, right, the patriarch to Israel, their evil deeds, right, of the sons of Bilhah and Zilpah, right, while they were feeding and shepherding the flock. But here's the thing, it doesn't tell us, well, what it was. Do you think that anyone in the past times, even before we came down into these exile times, in hearing and reading and listening to the read and reasoning on it. Didn't ask questions, didn't reason about, hey, what do you think this was? And why do you think the Torah, Moshe, why do you think he spoke that there? Even to understand how we even get the Torah, right? Right, based on the Torah is sort of clear, but there's other things that are questionable. Who wrote Genesis? We say Moshe did. We don't doubt that Moshe wrote it, but how do we know? Right? Well, we know that he wrote it, right, according to the evidence that we have, because we have documents like the Ethiopic Book of Jubilees, right? Because how did he know, right, what happened, right, all that time before he was even born, right? He's testifying to things before he was even born, right? I mean, how would they know these things? How do you know things about your own family? Those who have, families where people have, told things, you might grew up hearing certain things, then you learn more things about these things. And what's interesting is it seems as though people in ancient times communicated these sort of teachings and stories and related their own history, and what was passed on to them. There's that psalm, forget the number of it right now, where it says that, that we've heard what our forefathers have told us, and we will not forget these things, and we will pass them on to our children. Right. So therefore, these writings such as Jubilees, as well as the testament of the 12 patriarchs, are very, very important. And we're just presenting it right here, right now, because it kind of brings in the evidence. But let's talk about Judah being Ham, right? Judah. It says, then said Judah Yehuda to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, remain a widow at thy father's house till Shelah, my son Beni, be grown. For he said, right, lest peradventure he die also as his brethren. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. Now it's likely that the part where it says, for he said, lest perhaps he die also as his brethren, was something that Yehuda thought, because he had 3 sons and the 2 other sons, right, who were supposed to, marry Tamar, had died. Was wicked, right? Onan spilled his seed. He corrupted his seed on the ground, right? And now Shelah, the youngest one, right, was not of age, right? Perhaps, was nowhere near his bar mitzvah, you know what I'm saying, at this time, to be able to, be a husband, to Tamar, right? His daughter-in-law. Now, it says right here, and her, father-in-law. Right here we go. Verse 30, chapter 38, verse 13. Chapter Genesis 38:13. And it was told Tamar, saying, behold, thy father-in-law goeth up to Timnath to shear his sheep. And then you see over here in verse 25, it says, what father-in-law? So let's define here Hebraically what father-in-law is. We're just going to go into the main word, but we could bring out the verse if so necessary, right, in the Ivrit. But here, Genesis 38:13, right, you see what it says, behold thy who? Behold thy Ham. There we go. Behold thy who? Behold thy Ham. Go look it up. It's the same word. Right. Now, some would say, well, the number is different. Well, yeah, the number may be different, right? Because it's the word Ham used in this sense and not Ham used in the sense of the name, right, of one of 3 sons of Noah, right? So you see father-in-law Ham as in affinity. So it's the same word. Let's go down to the root. We have Choma right here. They say a wall, but that's not really proper there. Let's do this right here. Let's bring the verse all the way out. Let's bring the verse all the way out. Let's go select right here. So we have Ham. You see Ham right there. Apologies, we can't make it any larger. You see Ham right here. You see Ham meaning hot, warm. You see Ham. The different senses of Ham. You see Ham, hot, right? You see what it says right there? What does it say right there? It says, second son of Noah, father of Canaan, and of various peoples that were inhabitants of southern lands. It says, of what? Southern lands, right? A collective name for the Egyptians, Ham, right? They say a place where There was this world war back in the days of Abraham, Kedorlaomer, right? Smote the Zuzims and the rest of them, right? But you notice right there. So here we have Cham, right? So you see the senses of Cham. Do you see any difference? Of course, in the dictionary for the different contexts, right? Cham in this sense is not saying that he was the son of Noah, but it's saying that he was Cham. So Yehuda, Judah was Cham, right? So this is why we need to study. Now we have Chom, right? When Yahweh appeared to Abraham, it was I think Bechom Hayom, something like that. It was in the heat of the day, no doubt, like noontime, like the hot part. Here we have the word chom, right? And chema from the same sense, chema and chama, to anger, to rage. You know, like somebody say, "Oh man, he went ham, he went ham, he went ham." You know, how you say that, right? He went ham on him. He went ham. He went angry. He went hot. He went furious on him. See the word chema here? Heat, rage, hot displeasure, indignation. That's why it says on Shabbat day not to kindle a fire. that is Robeno would teach, and as Robeno taught, right? And as we need to learn, right? Okay, the first types are earthly types, right? But the latter types are the spiritual, the psychological, and the spiritual types. You know what I mean? So we have the lighting of a fire on the Sabbath day. The Sabbath violator, he was going about on the Shabbat day to collect wood for a fire, you know, on the Shabbat day. Why was that a violation? Think about it. In the wilderness, what work did they really have? They had to go punch in, go to the job, you know, in the wilderness. You know, maybe the priests and the Levites, I mean, they had their work of the animals, so forth and so on. But you know what I'm saying, right? They didn't have work. You know, like they had to go to work and man, I was working all week. I didn't have time to pick up such and such, and I'm in captivity, you know, under the heathen, you know, so I got to do these things. Oh, Father, forgive me, Bashem Yeshua. You know, they didn't have that opportunity. So here in the first sense, right, is the fire. Mm-hmm. And the Sabbath violator, his sin probably was poor planning. Yes, what he did, but it was poor planning. If he prepared the day before, right, on the Shabbat Eve, you know, the Friday, so to speak, the sixth day, he might not have been caught out there, caught lacking, caught sinning, right? But here in the secondary sense of don't light a fire or kindle, so don't kindle a fire. There might be what the Messiah says, like, where he said, what not tribulations, but he said like offenses, offenses, scandals, they come, offenses come. You know what I'm saying? These things will be, but not for us to kindle it, not for us to kindle these things. You see what I'm saying? Not to kindle a fire, like the anger, the argument, the fury, the indignation. Because where's the shalom? Where's the peace? Remember, we still have that point in Isaiah chapter 57, right? Verse 19. So here we have chema, right? And it's like when we say, right? So and so went ham. He went ham. He went ham, chema, right? Then we have, look at this in this sense. We have chema is curd, is butter, right? Curdled milk or cheese, right? Chema, right? Now chamad, like in Muhammad, right? When it says lo tachmod, do not covet, right? Like in the name Muhammad, do not covet, lo tachmod. It comes from chamad, to desire, to covet, right? But that's a whole different reason there, right? When we get in, one of Esau's very well-known descendants, Esau, according to the scholars and the evidence, and also what we see in the scripture, right? He is the progenitor of the so-called Arab. But be that as it may, right? At least these that we see, these and those today. So here we have Ham, father-in-law, right? Husband's father, right? Not the true Arabs, you know what I mean, but the popular ones, right? Like, the true Jews, the popular ones. You see, check it. Father-in-law, Ham. Husband's father, Ham. Noun masculine, Ham. They say a father-in-law as of affinity. What is it? Is it speaking in the Hebrew hieroglyphic sense of, since Cham means heat, that there's some heat between them. It's not cold, like if you're cold to somebody, there's no love there, but there's some heat in that sense. This is to bring out the Hebraic, sense according to the not the letter of the law, but the spirit of it, the affinity. But this is what I meant, that Ham, or that rather that Yehuda was Cham, right? He was Cham. How was he Cham? Right, there we go. We got all the words right there. Oh man, let's go back over there. Let's go back to our search. I went back too many pages. There we go. So right here, and it was told Tamar, right? Tamar, right? Palm tree. It was told palm tree, right? The Canaanite palm tree, right? Behold, right? Chamek, right? Chamek, thy father-in-law goeth up. Thy father-in-law is going Allah. He's making his aliyah, right? He's making heights. He's ascending. He's going up. He's ascending, right? Literally to go up, right? To ascend, right? To meet, to visit. So when we talk about the aliyah, and the 3 times in the year where all of covenant keeping, the Beta Israelites, Yisrael, B'nai Yisrael, are to appear, especially the males of Yisrael, but the sense of going up, right? So he went up, right, to Timnath, it's the spot that I guess was good to shear, right, to Gazaz, to mow the sheep, you know what I mean? Because, the wool, to shave off the sheep's hair because the wool, right? And then here, once again, the same word, Cham. So Yehuda was Cham. This is what we mean when we say that Judah, right? Yehuda was Cham. Now, just speaking about this right here before we just get into this right here. I know we've been on this for just a little moment right here, but hopefully we'll unpack a little more. But Judah, in the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs, he speaks of his sexual, he admits of his sexual and his you could say abuse of alcohol, right? His abuse of alcohol. You could say his alcoholism. And it's kind of interesting because now, in knowing that, when we go to Torah reading and feeding, it becomes clear exactly what the text is seeking to bring across to us, right? This is the context right here, and this is, Judah here in this Torah reading and feeding. But to our point right here concerning the Shabbat, right, concerning the Shabbat and the peace of the Sabbath right here. Let's bring out this verse right here. We're in Isaiah chapter 57, the chapter before the chapter we played the Scorby audio to. That was chapter 58, because chapter 58 has a word about the Sabbath, right? That is a good reminder to us all, a good meditation to see whether we be in the way or not, whether we be in the way or we be astray. It says right here in verse 13, 58:13, if thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath. It's an old English expression right there, if you turn away your foot from the Sabbath, right? If you turn away your foot from the Sabbath, like, from doing your own pleasure. Almost like if you turn away your foot from trampling on the Sabbath, right? And now some interpret this as like, by time Shabbat time, we should just kind of remain kind of local, unless there is something like a pikuah nefesh, unless there's something that is like a life-saving procedure. If there's something that it needs to be done that is life-saving, right? Because the whole point of Torah, right? What is even above, right? Say the Shabbat observance. If there's something that is life-saving, how do we know that, right? Because he says, if we do these things, right, it's in them and through them that we live, right? In and through the things that Torah teaches us and tells us to observe, right? This is how we live, right? In this do we live. Let's bring this out right here. Okay, so here, right, we have where it says, if you turn away your foot from the Sabbath, from trampling upon the Sabbath, like in the 6 days we shall work, our going, our coming, and it says thy going, may he guide and protect your going and coming, like you're going from the house, from your home, from your residence, you're returning to your residence. You know what I'm saying? But on the Shabbat day, it shouldn't be that usual coming and going, right? That's like a Hebraic idiom. If you turn away your foot from the Sabbath, right, from doing thy pleasure on my holy day, right, and call the Sabbath a delight. Okay, here we go right here. Since I'm reading this to you, got this on the screen. It'd be good for you to see this right here. Now, of course, let's put this in simple text. Okay, if thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, doing thy pleasure on my holy day, right? Like your pleasure, your business, because business, for our people was a pleasure, when we wasn't under this system of things, you know what I mean? So to speak, right? Or under the whore's law, right? And call the Sabbath, the Shabbat, a delight, the holy, the set apart of Yahweh. So it's the holy, but it's the holy of Yahweh because he is holy. He says for us to be set apart as he is set apart. So we see that Yahweh Eloheinu observed the Shabbat after those 6 days of creative activity and rested on the seventh. He ceased from that activity. Did he work? Right? No doubt. But he ceased from that activity, that set of the 6 days, right? And sealed it as a set, as a Shabua. So it's the holy of Yahweh, right? It's honorable. It says man was not made, right, for the Shabbat, but the Shabbat was made for man. So when Yahweh did the creation, he was thinking about man. Check it. Honorable, and shall honor him, not doing thine own ways. Not doing what? Doing thine own ways, nor finding thine own pleasure, nor speaking words. Just like you say, like idle words, like garbage stuff that we might have to do in the week, in the course of business or other activity. We might have to deal with some garbage. You know what I mean? Words. You know what I mean? Just speaking just words. You know what I'm saying? But these are for his words, right? Just speaking. Like that's why it says the italicization, speaks about, speaking thine own, speaking thine own words. Right? Let's see. Do we have that audible? Oh man, I had it every day up here, but I don't have it up here right here. About that, there's a Sabbath. Oh, there we go. Surprising truth about the Sabbath day. Check this out.
Give me Genesis chapter 2, verse 2. Okay, watch this. And on the seventh day, God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. Give me verse 3. And Yahweh blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. Now, you know what people usually say to me right around this time? They say, that's the Old Testament. And you know how people do that. In order to discredit the fact that you just read the word of God to them, they will say, well, bro, that's the Old Testament. I mean, Mark chapter 2. Verse 27, it says, and he said unto them, the Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath. Okay, who came first? Man or the Sabbath? Wait, who came first? Who was created first? Man was created on the sixth day. What was the very first thing that man was allowed to do? The only thing he could do is rest. He was created to enter into rest.
Shabbat Shalom, y'all. Sembet Salam. So right here. This is the KJV. As you can see, the KJV we just went through. Just a quick compare and contrast here, zooming in on this verse, 58:13. Right, it's like kind of the main point of sharing that whole chapter there for the context. ISV. Just look at some of the other translations quickly here. I mean, we could go through the build of the Hebrew right here. It says, Im Tashib, Mia Shabbat, Ragleka, Asota Chafatzeka, Biyom Aldishi, We Karata La Shabbat Oneg, Lik Dosh, Yahweh, Me Kubad, We Kia Badto, Me Asot, De Rakeka, Mia Mitzo, Chefseka, We Daber Dabar, with Daber Dabar, with Daber Dabar, and kind of speaking matter. Actually, Dabar, it says speaking words. It's not plural words. It's just the word. So we have with Daber and speaking Dabar and speaking matter. Let's show this for a moment. Speaking Dabar, right? with Dabir Dabar, and speaking just utterances. But it's in this sense here. You see the D entry, right? It's not Dibarim, but Dibarim, the Dibarim is like the words, the Dibre Ha Barit, the 10 words. Those are the words that should be meditating on. But in doing other Dabar, right? Words like, business, occupation, other acts, the acts like that we would do, right? On the other, you could say 6 days of the week. This is the context here, right? Right here, here. So here, just to show some other translations here, if you keep your feet from trampling the Sabbath, this is actually the literal sense here. It says, Im Tashib, right? Im Tashib. So Im Tashib, right? Here we have Shu, right? If you return, if you turn back, if you return, sense of almost like, but this is like, it could be turn to turn back, but the sense right here is almost like you apostatize, right? Instead of keeping the Sabbath, doing what you should do, you go away from it, you trample. That's why I say like trampling on the Sabbath, right? Im Tashib, Mia Shabbat. If you turn from the Sabbath, right? Ragleka, like your feet, your foot, right? Your foot, right? And then it goes on right here. The ISV brings out from pursuing your own interests. This kind of brings out some of the Hebrew sense from pursuing your own interests on my holy day. If you call the Sabbath, the Shabbat, a delight, and oneg, right? So what is the Sabbath? It's a oneg. It's exquisite delight. It's daintiness. It's pleasantness. Oneg. It's luxury. Oneg. Right? From anag. Anag is to be soft, to be delicate, to be dainty, something to be exquisite, soft. Right? Yeah. But that's what the Sabbath is. It's delicate. Right? So here the ISV says, from pursuing your own interests on my holy day, if you call the Shabbat a delight, and so say, oh man, it's a Sabbath. That's not a delight, that's and Yahweh's holy day honorable. So to call the Shabbat delight, right? To look at it as being something pleasurable, something pleasant, right? And since it's Yahweh's holy day, that it's also honorable, right? To honor it. If you honor it by not going your own way, right? And seeking your own pleasure. What I like to do today? I like to, just all kind of like, what does that have to do with the Shabbat, right? What does that have to do with that rest, right? That was made for man. Even that audible, surprising truth about the Sabbath, where the brother said, what's the next thing happen, right? After the humanity, the man, Adam, and the Zakar when Nekeba, the humanity, male and female, was created. What's the next thing that happened, right? What was that the next day? The next day was rest. So he was almost created to enter into, right, rest, right? So in a sense, you go against creation, right? You go against the creation, the principle of creation. And also another good thing to do on Shabbat is to reflect on Yahweh's creation. Because remember, from the perspective of Yahweh, after the 6 days or time periods of creative activity, what did he do? He rested after he saw it was very good, right? After it's very good, what can you do next after it's very good? Take a pause, rest, right? Reflect, what I'm saying? Give thanks. So right here, right? There we go, right there. This one, that's the KJV, right? I thought this one was kind of interesting. This is not, it's not a literal translation, but it does bring out the Hebraic sense somewhat. You must observe the Sabbath rather than doing anything you please on my holy day. You must look forward to the Sabbath. It's, like something that's pleasurable, pleasant. Don't you look forward to it? Yeah, man, I like that. I can't wait, right? And treat Yahweh's holy day with respect, right? You must treat it with respect by refraining from your normal activities. 6 days work, 7th day rest principle, and by refraining from your selfish pursuits, right? And from making business deals. This is perfect right here. This is very good. Brings out the Hebrew sense with the with dabir dabar, right? And speaking words, and from making business, you speaking words, you're chopping up. You know what I mean? And this is how business is usually done. right? Speaking words, right? So that's why ones and ones who understand this, right, would seek to refrain, from that on the Shabbat day, right? Refrain from that. But now, if it's something to save life, right, this is a principle that ones and ones, just looking at the verse here or looking at the command just as one away and not studying to show yourself approved. And when we say line upon line, precept upon precept, seeing how it connect with other areas of Yahweh's instruction to give us a fuller picture. You know what I mean? A fuller picture, right? Because it says that, that we are to observe and to, observe his instruction, right? And to do that which, because in that is our life. So you see the principle. So the observance of Yahweh's way, right, is all about life. So there's something known as the Pikuach Nefesh, and it's a kind of a principle that has been reasoned from the sages, ones and ones like us and others. We chopping up, we're going through the scripture, asking, what does this mean? What does that mean? And everything. And from the study of scripture, it was shown that, for certain things, like if right now you're observing the Shabbat and there's an emergency, it's life or death, you take care of that life. That's a principle, right? Because the Torah was given for life. You know what I'm saying? So it's keeping with that principle. It's not violating that. But now, don't play games. You know what I'm saying? It's almost to say don't play games because Yahweh knows. Well, so yes, so right here.
Shabbat Shalom.
And to segue right into this right here, right into this, I create the fruit of the lips. This is what we was reading earlier. Peace, right? What is it? Shalom, right? Shalom, and getting a fuller sense of shalom and the tenses, right, of the shalom. The shalom is the verb, right? Shalom is the noun. Some say shalom, shalawam, right? What? Right? Shalom, right? Completeness, soundness, welfare, peace, right? Health. You see how to connect to shalom, health, right? So we just think peace and we might not connect health. We think shalom, peace, we might not connect prosperity, right? Or fearing well, right? Fearing good, right? Peace, quiet, tranquility. Love this word here, contentment, because Rabbi Shaul, aka our brother Paul, right, he says he had learned, right, as a Torah scholar himself, right, he had learned in whatever state he was to be content. That is that ashrei. When we talk about the ashrei, blessed, or the beatitude, blessed, that's that ashrei ha'ish, right? Doesn't mean there's not more work to do. It doesn't mean there's not something that has to be worked out or changed or improved, right? But there's a certain contentment, right, of soul and of spirit, right, that therefore can kind of emanate, right, into the body. Because a lot of, they say, sicknesses are psychosomatic. Psychosomatic. The psycho from the Greek word suke that corresponds with the Hebrew nefesh is a psychological state, right? So psychosomatic, soma. Look how deep it is and how simple it is. Soma in the Greek means body. So psycho, if psycho means soul, the psychological state, and soma means body, right? You get it, right? So sometimes things that affect us in our mind, right, sometimes can get us sick in our body, right? So even for the Shabbat, right, it's not just, you sit down, you just not doing nothing, but it's you have to go in the temple. You know what I'm saying? You have to go in the spirit. The soul and spirit, right, has to also observe the fullness of man is a trinity. Yeah, we said it. Man is a trinity, right? Created in the image after the likeness. Yes, man is a trinity. Man has a spirit, right? And the potential for God consciousness, right? And man has, at the higher level, but in the other way, he can, be unconsciously satanic. You know what I mean? And it was the higher and the lower, as people would say, nature, so to speak, right? And then he has a psychological state, right? So the psychological state is fueled by the spirit. The psychological, so it's like the soul is almost like a kind of um a kind of a immaterial battery, in a sense, right? In a sense, just for example here, right? And you know how you charge, like there's like rechargeable, you have like rechargeable batteries. So you kind of recharge a battery, you know what I mean? In that sense. Now, or putting it in another sense, it's almost like a car has gasoline. If you put the right sort of, fuel in it, right, it functions well. If you put the wrong sort of fuel in it, it functions poorly. So, in other words, if we were to draw it in a diagram, it's like draw three circles, a big circle, a circle in it, and then put a dot in the center. Right? The dot in the center would be somewhat like the spirit, right? And then the circle around it is like the soul, right? And then the bigger circle is like the body. So even looking at that as a diagram and understanding, when we talk about the soul, we're talking about the psychological state. This is why if you start to then understand that and you read the Psalms and you read the scriptures, like when it says, my wish for you is that you prosper, that you prosper even as your soul prospers. I'm not quoting it KJV verbatim, right? But there's a verse right there, almost like may you prosper. You know what? So we're talking about the Shabbat, so that the Shabbat hopefully can be, as meaningful for all of us as possible, right? Let's go prosper, right? And let's go soul. Also, prosper is a big theme in this Torah reading and feeding with Yosef, right? Let's go right here. There we go. It's 3rd John, 3rd Yohanan, chapter 1, verse 2. It says, Beloved, I wish above all things that that you may prosper and be in health. I mean, what better baraka than this? You can understanding the principle of this word sound, you can turn it around as a prayer. Oh, Father, may you do for me that I may prosper and be in health. Pray for prosperity that you may have the potential to prosper, right? You need to have the discernment, so you can choose, righteously, right? And be in health. And be in what? And be in health. Even as thy what? Even as thy soul. You see that? So be in health, and the health, of course, is of like the body, right? Even as thy soul prospereth. So you might hear these modern psychological and medical terms like psychosomatic, somatic conditions, something affecting your mind, your soul, your thought. It can cause certain things in the body, certain diseases, right? It's not, you see, call the Shabbat and Oneg. Call it like an ease, a delight, something like an ease, right? Right? Because made for man to be healthy, right? So that man may prosper, right? So here, this is a beautiful word here. I want to share it with you right here. Beloved, I wish above all things that thou mayest prosper and be in health, even as thy soul prospereth. Or we can turn this into a prayer. Oh, Abba, Father of our Lord and Savior, Yeshua Moshiach, right? Above all things, may I and I, give to I and I that we may prosper and be in health, even as I and I, as our soul, right? As our psyche, as our psychological and mental state prospereth, right? So you see that connection right there, right? Let's go over here, right? Okay, look, they say wish. Look at that. Wish, they say, or pray. Because I know some people say wish, right? Wish. Right? Okay. This is eukomai. Eukomai. In the Greek, it's eukomai. Eukomai is like to pray to God. Right? So let's read it one more time. Beloved, I pray to Elohim Ha'ab Hashem Yeshua above all things that thou mayest prosper and be in health, even as thy and I soul prospereth. So right there, just a word right there. And also, there's a principle here, so we can understand, what is man, right? You say, what is man that thou art mindful of him, right? Man was created in his image after his likeness. And a good example of that is the Shabbat. So he created us in his image after his likeness and give us the power to choose, or some say will, right? Willpower, the power to choose, right? So notice he command, right, Yisrael to observe the Shabbat, even as he in the beginning observed the Shabbat. You see that right there? A man can choose. Man can choose not to. So what happens? He effectively breaks the image. He effectively breaks the image. This is how he breaks the image, right? Because he's given a power of choice, right? But here it says, "I create the fruit of the lips." Look at that, the fruit. Right now we can connect this with the fruit of the Holy Spirit. You know what I mean? The fruit of the Holy Spirit, and also the power of word. That's why it says, "Thou should not kindle a what?" Right? A fire on the Shabbat. Not just looking at it literally, right? But that other kind of fire. Like someone would say, that smokeless fire, right? I create the fruit of the lips. Peace, peace, shalom, shalom to the one far off. The words "to him that is," to him that is not there. So the force of the Hebrew is shalom, shalom to the far off, to the far off ones, and to the near, right? To those far. Isn't how this is how we talk, right? That's how we talk, right? Yo, shalom, shalom to the far off, shalom, and to the near, saith Yahweh. Right? They say if Elohim is one of us, right? Yeah, right? Or whether we are of him, because he created us in his image after his likeness, saith Yahweh. And look at this right here. Look at the last part of it. And I will heal him. So we've been seeking to say like shalom to those who love Yeshua, those who love shalom, right? And no shalom to the wicked, saith Elohai, Haliyai. But here it says the fruit of the lips, right? And there's a lot of other verses that speak about the fruit of the lips. Is it literal fruit? Like you have apples and oranges coming out of your mouth? No, 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 no. We get the sense, the fruit, the good word, right? Shalom, right? Shalom, right? Shalom. So notice the two shaloms here, the peace here. You get the sense? Is shalom to the far off ones, and it's shalom to the near ones. All right, get that? So it's like shalom, shalom, right? Almost like somebody give you two and say, okay, here, these two right here, give this one to the far off one, right? And give this one to the near, right? So shalom, shalom to the far off ones, and shalom to the near, saith Yahweh, and I will heal him. Look what it says right there. And I will heal him, the healing, right? The healing. But the wicked, right? The who? Now here use the word Rasha. Now they define this as wicked criminal. But as you get deeper into the roots and understand the root of the word and how it's built and the grammar, you begin to recognize this word also means the defiant, one who is defiant. In fact, during Passover, Pesach time, most ones who observe Passover with the Haggadah and go through the reading, as we have in our first Rastafari Pesach Seder book, you know that there are the four children. There's four children, right? And one of the children, right, is the Rasha. They don't say that child is the wicked or the criminal. Instead, they say in the translation that child is the defiant. So this teaches us something where it becomes practical. We can understand it, even as we say, we can give it kind of a Hebrew, point of reference, because we already see it in life, in reality. And now it's like, oh, word. Oh, so it's already there. Yahweh, ain't nothing new under the sun. The Rasha is a defiant one. So if there's something that is, for example, Yahweh says, keep the Shabbat, and I say, well, you don't have to keep the Shabbat. So it's like who the sin are you, or who the uck are you? You know what I'm saying? That's very defiant. That's wicked. That's criminal, right? That's hostile, right, to Elohim, right? So here, and look at what it says over here. It's wicked. It's guilty of sin, both against Elohim, it says, or man, but we say to you, against Elohim and man, because he created man in his image after his likeness. It's wrong. Morally, it's wrong. Like it's bad. You say bad, right? So the sense of this here is that the one who is defiant, it says, like the troubled sea, right? Like the troubled sea. What? They say there's no rest. They say there's no rest to the wicked. You ever been restless and then you really wanted to rest and you can't get no rest, or you're restless? Let that thought come in your mind, come come to mind, right? Pause, right? Yeah, let it come to mind for a moment. Let it come to mind. What I mean by that, it happened, and I'm thinking like, wait, what the hell, and it's almost like, what's wrong here, right? And there's no rest of the wicked. What are you defiant on? You see what I'm saying? What are you defiant on? You see that connection right there, right? But I like the what? The troubled sea. The word garage. Look what it says: to drive out, to expel. This word sometimes can be used to divorce, right? Like somebody divorced, they drive out the other person, right? They expatriate, right? Not repatriate, but they expatriate. Remember I said that Yisrael, right, according to the prophecy, is almost like an unfaithful wife and was divorced from Yahweh, was driven out, was expatriated, right? That's why, when Yahweh says, like, tell your mother, that she's not his wife and these not his children, but then later on, within the grace, what I mean? There's the coming together again in righteousness to drive out. They're like the drive out sea, the troubled sea, when it cannot rest, right? When it cannot rest. And you know what the word rest here? It's the word shakat. Sheket. We say sheket, like to say quiet. Sheket, like quiet. Be tranquil, easy, be undisturbed. Can't be undisturbed, right? Can't be undisturbed, right? So if you can't rest, you got to ask yourself, well, what it is, right? Is it wickedness? You know what I mean? Whose waters cast up mire and dirt. Remember what Yeshua said? That those who have faith in him, it's like that living water, the fresh water, the clean water, not the waters that cast up mire and dirt. And here is this verse here, right? No peace, no shalom, right? Saith Elohai, Haliai, no shalom, right? To the wicked, right? No shalom, saith my God, to the wicked. So right there, that's the chapter before, right? Just to put that into context and share that right there. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and shew my people their transgression, and the house of Yaakov their sins. Now notice, this is a beautiful chapter as a sabbatical meditation, because as we go through the chapter, it talks about fasting, in the time and in the season. But the Shabbat is not really a time to fast. We hear there's some doctrines out there, among even some Rastafari mansions and ones about fasting on the Shabbat day. The Shabbat day was not meant for fasting. You know what I'm saying? It was not meant for fasting. Of course, for health or other reasons, certain things are necessary, not as a rule, but as an exception to the rule, right? But right here, this chapter right here, right? Boom, 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 right? And how it ends right here, right? With the Sabbath, right? Calling the Sabbath, right? A delight, right? And calling the holy day of Yahweh honorable. It's honorable. It's a delight, right? And it says that if we do those things, right? Let's just sum up right here. Here. Once again. Okay, went all the way up there. Here we go. Last two verses. It says, if thou turn away thy foot from the Shabbat, from doing thy pleasure on my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight, a ease, a pleasure, right? The holy, to say the holy day of Yahweh honorable, right? And shall honor him, right? Not doing thine own ways, nor finding thy own pleasure, nor speaking thy own words, nor doing thine own business. Then shalt thou delight thyself. Then, look at that. Because delight thyself in Yahweh, right? And I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and feed thee with the heritage. Here we go. The heritage of Yaakov. The heritage of Yaakov. Then we have a verse just now about the heritage. Then we have a verse. Yeah, it was that verse from chapter, which chapter was it? It was chapter 54 and 17. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, right? But may you prosper, right? And be in health, even as your soul prospers, because no weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper. Right? So shaket, relax. And every tongue, right, that rise up, right, against thee in judgment, thou shalt condemn. Yeah, here goes. This is the heritage of the servants. Well, see that key word right there? Right? The servants. If you're somebody's servant, what must you do? Right? If I'm somebody's servant, right? If I'm somebody's employee, I must be employed. And therefore, if I'm employed, I'm doing a certain work, right? Just this principle, right? Right. So here, I'm over here in this chapter right here, called One to Connect here in Isaiah, these chapters right here. From chapter 54, right? Begins chapter 55 of Isaiah, it speaks about the eternal salvation, since salvation. Right? It says all of Israel, all of Israel, right, according to the word, shall be saved. Right? So here it says, this is the heritage of the servants of Yahweh, and their righteousness is of me. Now, go take that right there, saith Yahweh to the new covenant, the Brit Chadasha. See, when you take that to the new covenant, check this out. When you take that to the new covenant, right, to the Brit Chadasha, in the new covenant scriptures, it links right there, it links directly, right, with this, with the righteousness. So it says, is because of faith in him, like Abraham, he inputs righteousness, right? He inputs righteousness based on that faith, right? Based on that credit, right? So here it says, then by observing these things in spirit and in truth, right? In spirit and in truth, the true worshipers, right? The true servants in spirit and in truth, then shalt thou delight thyself. Look at that. Delight thyself, right? Not that he's going to delight you, but then you can delight yourself in Yahweh. Sometimes ones have, they seek God or they seek the Creator, right? But it's kind of difficult. It's like, oh man, I'm seeking God, I'm seeking the Creator, but it's like, it seems challenge, like they can't delight themselves, right? Or we may be challenged to delight ourselves. It might be that we are, you know, maybe doing something we shouldn't do, or we're avoiding to do something that we should do. The context here is concerning the Shabbat, right? The context right here is concerning the Shabbat. And then we shall delight ourselves in Yahweh. It reminds me of David. And I do this, right? It reminds me of David, where, something had gone on and affected all of his soldiers, his men, right? Basically, somebody came along and kidnapped their woman and their children, and they were out with David, right? And now, of course, the men feel they lost everything, their woman, their children, and everything. And they're like, they're turning on it, like, how do we get in this? And they're looking at David. And the scripture even says someone to stone David. You know what I'm saying? Some wanted to stone David. And David, it says, what did he do? Right? It says he encouraged himself in Yahweh. He did what? He encouraged himself. He strengthened himself. Question: how does one strengthen themselves in Yahweh? Right? Right? What did Yeshua Robbeinu say? Yeshua HaNotri, our rabbi, the rabbi of rabbis. He says that Elohim is Ruach, spirit. And those who worship him must worship in spirit and truth. So what did David do? He strengthened himself in Yahweh. Well, how do you strengthen yourself? Strengthen yourself in the spirit and in the truth. Then shalt thou delight thyself in Yahweh. And what will he do? Right? And I will cause thee to ride on, to ride up on the high places, right? The high places of the earth, the highlands, the high places, and feed thee with the heritage. This is key in this Torah reading and feeding. The heritage of Yaakov, thy father, for the mouth of Yahweh hath spoken. So right here, Yeshua Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam. Just a kind of a brief go through the Kabbalat Shabbat, but right here, since we're speaking of Shalom, right, here we go. Since we're speaking of Shalom right here, let's share this, the Shalom Aleichem. Shalom Aleichem. Yeshua Shalom. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleikum, Malake Ha-Shareta, Malake Elyon, Mi Malek Malke Ha-Melakim, Ha-Kadosh, Baruch Hu. Peace be upon you all, ministering angels, messengers of the Most High, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy One, the Isla One, blessed be He. Boakem, le Shalom Malake Ha-Shalom Malake Elyon, Mi Melech Malke Ha-Melakim, Ha-Kadosh, Baruch Hu. Come in peace, messengers of peace. Come in shalom, messengers of shalom, messengers of Elyon, of the Most High, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy Isla One. Baruch Hu, blessed be He. Baruch Hu ni, le Shalom Malake Ha, Shalom Malake Elyon, Mi Melech Malke Ha Melakim Ha Kadosh, Baruch Hu. Bless me, bless I with shalom. Messengers of shalom, messengers of Elyon, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Isla, the Holy One. Baruch Hu, blessed be He. Etkem, Atkem le Shalom Malake Ha Shalom Malake Elyon, Mi Melech Malke Ha Melakim HaKadosh, Baruch Hu. May your departure, your exodus, your coming out be in shalom, peace. Messengers of shalom, peace. Messengers of Elyon, the Most High, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy One. Baruch Hu. Blessed be He, be who He be. Shalom, Alei, Kalei, 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 Kalei.
Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom.
And the Yahweh spake to Moses, saying, Speak to Aharon and to Benaiah, his sons, saying, On this wise ye all shall bless the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Israel, saying to them, Dabir il Aharona we illa Benaiah wa lemora, Koh, Tivarku et Bnei Yisrael amor lahem. The Yahweh bless thee and keep thee. Ye barekeka Yahweh we yisha mereka ka. The Yahweh make his face shine upon thee and be gracious to thee. Yair Yahweh Panayo Leka Neka. The Yahweh, he who be lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee shalom and give thee peace. Yisa Yahweh Panayo Leka we Yasem Leka Shalom. And they shall put my name upon the Bnei Yisrael, and I will bless them. We Sa'u et Shemi al Bnei Yisrael Wa'ani Barek.
Yes.
And
here the priestly blessing from Numbers chapter 6, full of it. You could go from verse 22, the section 22, and Yahweh spake to Moshe, saying, Speak to Aharon, Benai, and his sons, Lamor, saying, On this wise y'all shall bless the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, saying to them, Yahweh bless thee and keep thee. Yahweh make his face shine upon thee and be gracious to thee. Yahweh lift up his countenance, his face, his perception up on thee and give thee shalom. And they shall put my name, Shemi, up on the Bnei Yisrael, and I will bless them. So right there, they're there. Priestly benediction. And here, this is to the lighting of the lights, traditional candle lighting or lighting of the lights for Shabbat day. Often it's the woman of the house, the honorable woman, the virtuous woman of the house that has that particular honor, in the lighting of the lights, and saying this bracha. And usually, traditionally, this is like some say between the 18 or so, minutes before, the sunlight has gone off the horizon and evening time comes in. So just before the evening, all right? So yeah, that was the ironic blessing right there. The core of it, 24, 25, and 26, those trinity of verses right there, they're there. Priestly blessing, and here it's the lighting of the lights, right? There's a traditional lighting of the lights, and I think, and then there's also the messianic, right? In the messianic, there's mention of Yeshua, but here, the lighting of the lights.
Sanctifying our time, Narot, lighting the candles. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav, v'bitz zanu, ledlik ner shel Shabbat, v'shel Yom Tov. Blessed are you, O Yahweh, our Almighty, King of the universe, who has sanctified I and I by your commandments and has instructed I and I to kindle the lights for Shabbat and for the Kadosh day.
Yes. So that right there. That's like the traditional one right there. Not the one with the mention of Moshiach. We'll bring that one forward from low degrees to high degrees, and here just give a little of the traditional chant of it, the traditional chant or the cantillation. Here, lighting the lights.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kidshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu lehadlik ner shel Shabbat.
And here, Sister Desiree, Set the Flame is a traditional tune amongst I and I right here. Sister Desiree right here. Set the flame. Here, Shema Yisrael.
drum. Bringing out, come out of your people, come. Some depend the Indian reservation. Some will go on to repatriation. Some will claim the land of Canaan. And of the slave driver, them be a possession. Oh, oh. Set the flame and let them go. The flame. Set 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 the flame. Whenever we feel the flame, the angels set the flame. The angels set the flame. Whenever we complain, whenever we feel the flame, the angels set the flame. The angels set the flame. Whenever we complain, set the flame. 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 Whenever we feel the flame, the angels set the
Jah angels set the
When I
flame.
say more, you say fire. More fire.
King Selassie as the Almighty I. Amen. Amen.
Babylon burning, Babylon burning, Babylon burns. They have no water. Fire, fire, fire.
For our God is a consuming fire. Consuming fire. For our God is a consuming fire. Consuming fire. For our God is a consuming fire. Consuming fire. Is a consuming fire. Consuming is a consuming fire. Consuming is a consuming fire. Consuming fire. Consuming fire. Consuming fire.
Yes. Let's zoom in on this theme right here. This theme here of lighting the lights. So give thanks, Sister Mary. That was Sister Mary Rose right there. Mary Rose Yisrael. Mary Rose Israel right there. That did the audible of the Hebrew of the lighting the lights. We call it nerot. Near is like a lamp. Near is a lamp, and nerot are lamps. But in the latter use, like nowadays use of Hebrew, is like, lighting the lights, generally light, but actually near, like near, N-E-R, near, N-E-I-R, N-E-Y-R, near, right? Lamp. So lighting the lights. So traditionally it's like two lights traditionally. It's two lights, but just to give a little overview, because here we're in the time, the feast, the festival of lights is coming forward, the Hanukkah here in the season. Hanukkah, aka Maccabee fighting holiday, Maccabee fighting Isla Day is coming forward. What is Maccabee, and why is the observance of Maccabees important to we once lost, now found Beta Israelites? The best way is really to study and read the book of Maccabees. All right, like reading the book of Maccabees, like straightforward. Like there's like 400 years. There's a 400-year period of time. Went into more detail in other, podcasts and teachings on this, and that there's a 400-year period of time between Malachi, right, and Matthew, roughly a 400-year period of time. And this is where the apocryphal books comes in, right? So here, coming up here in the season, according to the Gregorian calendar, looking forward, I think the 14th, the eve of the 14th. Right, first day they call Sunday, eve of the 14th, right? But to touch on that, we need to touch on that because it kind of resonates with the Torah reading and feeding here, even with Joseph and Jacob and the sons of Jacob, the Bnei Yaakov, and what's happening here, the going down right, into the now, going down into the now, down deep in the Nile Valley. It's interesting because the Nile, when we look at it from a geographic, like a geographical perspective, it's like a depression, it's like a lowland. That's why they built like pyramids, because there's really no mountains. You check that out. There's really no mountains. The artificial mountains, what they call the mirrors or the pyramids, right? But be that as it may, there's a theme there, as well, like in the darkest part of the year where this is the winter season, this is outer season, right? This is outer season. So we have in season, right? And we have out of season. So we are actually in the time, right? That is actually out of season. So there's a 3 times in the year, right? The first 7 months, right? You can say from March, April, Abib, until we get to the 7th month that they call Tishri. That's called, in the later sense, Tishri, the 7th month. Now we are out of that time right here. So we're moving into the time in the season of Hanukkah, right? The Hanukkah season. And apologies, brothers and sisters, we really didn't bring it forward, in this Shavua, because it was so much to really touch on in the story of Joseph, the story of Joseph. But just a little brief right here, Hanukkah, the biblical calendar, in the month that's known as Kislev, modern Hebrew say Kislev, right? The AEJs, the Ashkenazi Eastern, Jews, we can say, the other Jews, because their mother tongue, right? The W, they pronounce it differently, but we, like the Yemenis, Yehudim, the Kislev, right? Kislev, they'll say Kislev, right? Kislev, right? This is the 9th, right? The 9th month of the Shana, Kislev, right? Counting from Abib, aka Nisan. And also we're in the time that's one of the darkest. So if you're in some place or some time that's very dark, the thing that you'll be looking for is more light. So here, this is the true light, right? In the Hebrew, we say the Or Emet Zoreach. Or, the word for light in Hebrew is Or. Like either or, like we say or light amet, the light of, or amet, the light of truth, or amet zoreach. Zoreach means that it rises up, like in the dawn. When dawn happens, before you see the sun even come on the horizon, you see the light, everything lightens up, that sense there. Or amet zoreach. Amet Zoreah, or Amet Zoreah. So here we're in the darkest time of the Shana of the year. And around this time, these Torah portions come up, Yosef, right? And it's also a time when the family is going to descend down, right, down the Nile, right, into Mitzrayim, right? So there's an interesting darkness theme, and even a mystery theme, right? There's also the theme of darkness. Was it darkness, mystery? There's another one. There's another one right there. It just left me for a moment, but it'll come again. Darkness. So it's a darkness, mystery, time, right? And therefore light is important, right? Light is a necessary importance. With the days progressively in this season, it's time that we're in getting shorter and the nights getting longer. Oh, there's the third one. Dreams, right? Dreams. So darkness, right? Mystery in that sense, like you can't see something. Who goes there? You can't see. There's no light. You turn on the light, you see who goes there. You see how that goes, right? And also dreams. Was it all a dream? Right? Was it all a dream? Yosef and his brothers. And also we see also a kind of a disillumination, a lack of light, right? Or lack of love, amongst the B'nai Yaakov, among the sons of Jacob. And now this is at the very, you could say this is like the adolescence, when the patriarchs were youth. Now, of course, as we said before, a lot of us have experienced, if we've lived for a certain amount of time, and you can, grow, and you remember, like, man, we were crazy, yo, man, and sometimes we regret certain things as well. we're going to see this more and more in the brothers. Right now, remember there's 12, and they say there's 12 mazalot. And when they say mazel tov, like mazel tov, they say mazel tova. We say mazel toba for B, toba, like Toby. Yeah, Toby mean my good. But anyway, Tob, right? Right? And the Mazel is like the time and the season. Like we know by the heavens. Because the heavens for days, for years, for signs and seasons. Yeah. So here, what are the signs and seasons right here? Well, it's shorter days, and it's longer nights. Therefore, that's more inducive to what ones would call sleep or rest. You know what I'm saying? Um, the winter solstice, what's called the winter solstice. It's a certain alignment. I know there's other peoples in there, gods or whatever they call them. You know, they do other things, but it's to understand what the Father has created and what it's really for, like what the sun, the moon, and the stars. It's kind of interesting because here with Yosef, we kind of get a kind of a sense of a Hebrew, right? A Hebrew one astrology. Can right? Astro means star, and logos mean word, star word. Right? The brothers got offended with Joseph's Hebrew astrology. He said the sun, the moon, the 11 stars were bowing and prostrating, and in a sense, based on the word, worshiping, so to speak, my star. Right? So we put it all together. We have the sun, the moon, right? Here, expressly mentioned, and the 11 stars. So this means that there's a context to it that is good. Remember the whole tree of the knowledge of good and evil? It's interesting because when man was created, the sense we get is that he was good. It was good, right? But then when he reached his hand out, for that which wasn't, it got mixed up, right? So many ones get mixed up about this whole thing, astrology, so forth and so on. But what's interesting is that we have these 12 and what Yosef says here, right? And the winter solstice time, what does that represent? Like for us living in the land under Yahweh's heaven, under the Malkut Shemaim, under the kingdom of heaven, right? What does that mean to us? How do we pace and gauge ourselves? How did the patriarchs? This is why the book of Jubilees is important, because in Jubilees tells us that Abraham, during the 4 to 5 winter moons that we are in right now, this was a time for him to study, right? To study the Hebrew, to study the scripts, so it's also a time to study. It's shorter days, only so much you can get done in the day. The day go quickly, right? But the nights are longer, right? So often the winter solstice, it occurs, right? Often, right? Hebraically in the last week of the ninth month. So coming from our and Yahweh's way of telling time, right? We will, know how to, what the signs, seasons, days, years are for, right? And therefore the week, the Shabua, the 7 days of Hanukkah, it often kind of straddles, so to speak, the months of the 9th and the 10th, or Kislev and Tevet, right? Often contains the longest night of the year. So we're coming to the time with the longest night. Now, come on now, night is dark, it's the darkness, dreams, right? Or maybe for others, nightmares. Hopefully not for y'all, B'Shem Yeshua, but this is a time of dreams. So notice how many dreams we have. We got a lot of dreams going on here. We had Yaakov, the patriarch Jacob. He was dreaming, right? He was dreaming, right? So I'm here seeking to link the Hanukkah in the season, and here also to link the lighting of the lights, right? And what the scripture says concerning these and how it comes together, and hopefully finding the truth, for yourself. It is no wonder that among other things, the holiday, it's a holiday. The difference between Hanukkah and like Purim and other holidays and we say the 7 is that the 7 that Yahweh gives us in the Torah, these are according to the covenant, right, to keep us in good standing in the covenant. But these other observances also point to the covenant, like Hanukkah, right? So the holiday of Hanukkah, right? And what does Hanukkah mean? For the disciples who've been studying with us, you know that in Numbers, is it Numbers chapter 7 was the first Hanukkah, right? Hanukkah. It's connected with the word in English dedication and dedicating. So if you look in the KJV Bibles and look at the what they call it there, the with like the blue letter or, the interlinear, you'll find the underlying word in Numbers. I think chapter 7, if I'm correct, chapter 7 for dedication and dedicating comes to Chanukah and Chanuk. But note this also, that the name Chanok is Enoch. It means like to initiate. Actually, the sense of the word is to initiate, to be like learned, studied, right? It has that sense of the dedication of the altar, right? The Mizbeach, the communal altar we have in Numbers, right? Bamidbar. In Bamidbar in Numbers, we have that chapter 7. So often that chapter, parts of that chapter is used over the 8 days of Chanukah. So from that livication or dedication, rededication of the communal altar, the Mizbeach, till we get to the time of the Maccabees, Chanukah. So this time, how is it practical for us in the way? Well, it's practical for us in the way because an appropriate time to kindle or to rekindle the light, the illumination of the true faith, right? Of the faith of the King of Kings Christ, of the Emunah, of our credit. Credit, we interpret credit as the real meaning of faith, right? In the application in this English language. And to remember, right? To remember, because you don't want to have a bad credit. You don't have bad credit. You know what I'm saying? Bad faith. And to remember the light of the world in the Moshiach, right? Yeshua and Yeshua HaMoshiach, Jesus Christos, and the world, who the world called Jesus Christ, in his advent. Some say the first coming, but in his advent to earth, to the earthly plane. So the word Chanukah, just briefly right here, just a little quick highlight on Chanukah, right? So we're looking forward to December 14th after the sunlight down. Often in some traditions, that's when the first light will be lit, and it would run until the second day of the Shavua coming after that, Monday, December 22nd at sunlight down, right? But the word Chanukah means dedication or livication, right? From the root Chanak, right? And it marks an 8-day winter, right? Winter celebration, libration that commemorates the victory of the faith, the true faith, right? The true Emunah, right? Over the ways, right, of the world, the worldly wisdom, the ways of the world, speculative reason, and the reasoning of the world, flesh, satanic seclorum. And it demonstrates, right, the Greco-Roman system, the same system of this world, same system of the Anglo-American Gentile, and demonstrates the power, right, of what some might call, for lack of a better word, the miracle. Right? In Hebrew, the word miracle, niflaot, it tends to have the sense of that which is wonderful, but it's difficult to understand. Doesn't mean that one cannot possibly get a better sense of it, but it's something that is difficult, wonderful, right? Like when Yahweh said, right, to Abraham and Sarah, is there anything too hard? To Sarah, is there anything too hard for him, right? Too wonderful, too difficult. That's the sense. That's that word fala is the root word for nifala, niflot, right? Niflot, like a miracle in the face of the humanism, the ism schism, right, of the Gentiles, right? So remember, in that time it was the Greek, the Greco, right? That's where you get democracy from, right? And then later on came the Romans. That's where you get republic from. And this world system today is a Greco-Roman system. That's why they mix democracy and republicanism, these two systems, because this is the times of the Gentiles. So we're in similar times as those before us. And so we can use this time to keep the light lit in the darkest, right, part of the year. Also in many regions, the coldest part of the year, right? Keep it lit, right? Although it is customarily observed by some Yehudim and some of our people as Festival of Lights. That's what they call Festival Light. Hanukkah is actually really and truly a fighting holiday. That's what we call it, the Maccabee fighting holidays. It's the fighting holidays, right? So it's a holiday, but it's a fight, the fight of faith, right? To keep our credit, right? Our credit rating up and make sure our credit ain't dead credit, because it says faith without works. You check, right? It's a call to resist, get up, stand up, the downpression of this world, this nouveau ordo seclorum, this world system, this time of the Gentiles, and to exercise faith, credit, right, in Yahweh Eloheinu, right? Romans chapter 13, verse 12 gives us just a good word here. It says, the night is far gone. Interesting, His Majesty quote this. He quotes Paul in a particular word sound. Hopefully I'll bring that one up. Romans 13:12. The night is far gone and the day is at hand. So then, let us cast off, like throw off, fling off. Like, you fling something, something get on you, you fling it away, right? Let us cast off the works of darkness, of disillumination, right? No light, lacking the true light, and put on the armor, right? Put on the armor of light, put on the armor of illumination. Now, His Majesty quotes this right here. The elect, the chosen one of God quotes this. It's very interesting, just making that mention right there. But here, just a little more right here, right? Because coming up, what's coming up, it's going to be here after the Shabbat. We'll probably, maybe touch on it a little bit, after the Shabbat Torah portion coming up right here. So, as we mentioned, on the first night, it's traditional, like, to light, a light, right? One flame is lit. The second night, two, on to the eighth night, according to that tradition. If you're, using candles or whatever, be safe, right? Now, there's the whole thing about the Chanukiah, which is like a kind of a nine branch, menorah, right? We prefer the 7-branch menorah because according to what has been communicated to us concerning the miracle, they were preserving what was set, and what was set was a 7 lamp stand, not a 9. So, that's a little tradition that crept in there, but the principle still remains one the same. In this way, either way, do remember the growth, right? The growth, the victory of the fight, for the faith, and the growth of the wonderful things that He has done, for Yah people, for I and I people. We'll get into more on some of the readings that we will have as well, but all Shabua, we was meaning to touch on this, but we didn't get an opportunity to, really touch on this one right here. But it has a lot to do also in concerning, some even say the birth, right? Some view that Yeshua may have been born at this time, but others view that he may have been conceived, as it be in this time. Be that as it may, brothers and sisters, just wanted to kind of just share a couple of words right there. I was going to get into a little bit more of this, but just looking at the time, for the time, I'll touch a little bit on this right here, but we get into more detail here. We downloaded this from Hebrew for Christians, Ivrit Lenotzrim, Ivrit Lenotzrim in the Hebrew. Ivrit, Hebrew for the Notzrim. Hebraically, the followers of Moshiach were called Notzrim. Notzrim basically means like Nazarenes, right? Because Yeshua is Yeshua of Nazareth, Yeshua HaNotzri, right? But here, the blessing over the Shabbat candles, right? Now, traditionally, it's often like 2 candles, but in the pic that we shared with you right there was 3 candles, right? But I am the light of the world, right? Yeshua says to us, whoever follows me will not walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. Will have the light. Do you get it? The light of life. What's the light of life? Right? The light of the liberty, of the life. Right? Because Yeshua came to show us the life. You know what I mean? And even that life that overcome death. That's what He came to show us and demonstrate. Right? So now, concerning the light of the world and the Shabbat candles, because this is like for the sisters, the daughters. So we have to get the sisters, the daughters who may be interested in, learning the chant, right? Because this is something that may be and should be observed, in families, but some of the basics here is Shabbat candles. So now we have candles. Before it was like lamps, and the lamps ran off of oil, right? We know that. But either way, with candles or with oil, be safe, be very safe, Yeah, people get get one of those, you get those little mini fire extinguishers. No, for real. Just in the time we live, be safe. Shalom. Lakem, peace to y'all. Sabbath candles are lit by the elders, often according to the tribe by the eldest woman of the house, the Gevurah, or the Imabate, no less, usually according to tradition, 18 minutes before sundown on Friday evening, before the Shabbat begins. So why do we say before the Sabbath begins, for Friday evening? Because by the time the evening comes in, the new day has begun. That's basic Torah, that's basic Genesis, that's Genesis chapter 1. Right? Evening and morning is a day. Boom. Right? So before the Shabbat begins. So when the sunlight is there's no light. The sun you might not even see the sun, but you still see light in the sky. Well, there's still a little bit of evening. When that's gone and it's dark, it's night. Well, that's when the eve, right? That's it right there. The new day has, according to Yahweh's way has begun. After kindling the candles or lights, right? She waves her hands over the flame 3 times, right? 3 times, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, as if welcoming in HaShabbat, as if welcoming in the Shabbat, and covering her eyes with her hands so as not to see the candles burning when she says this. Now, people might say, why the covering of the face? You know, in other traditions, people did things and they kind of looked at the fire and other kind of things. So, you know, like, so it's more internal, right? It's a more internal meditation. So this is what would be said right here. This is the messianic one. This is the messianic one right here. Let's read the Hebrew here. It says, Baruch Atah. Now, traditionally one say, Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotaya, Witzewano le hiyot or le goyim, we natan lanu et Yeshua Mishachenu or ha olam. So again, Baruch Ata Adonai. So generally, you know, because of the holiness of the Hashem, Hakadosh Baruch Hu Baruch Hashem, the name, right? Even in the time of Moshiach, right? The name was known, of course, but you know, once took caution to not violate the command of, you know, lifting up the name in vain. But the full of what's written is Baruch Ata Yahweh Eloheinu melech haolam. Now, this is almost like a formula, an ancient formula for blessing, right? Because of what's contained in the phrases. Baruch, blessed. You are blessed. You are empowered to prosper. Ata, you male. Yahweh, he who be who he be, right? Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu, our Elohim, the Elohim of Anu, of us, Eloheinu, our creator, our judge, our almighty power, Melech HaOlam. Melech HaOlam, some translate as king of the universe. Sometimes we'll say universal king. But more correctly from the Hebrew as we know it, Melech HaOlam may be translated as eternal king. And we can show you where Paul, he makes a prayer and he defaults to this kind of expression. So even through the Greek, you can see that it was a Hebrew thinker, somebody who thought in Hebrew. But this is the opening right here. Blessed are you, right? Adonai, our Elohim, eternal king, right? Asher, the one who, Kiddushanu, who has set Anu, us apart, Asher, Kiddushanu, Be Mitzvotayo, right? Others will say Be Mitzvotav, but that's the Ashkenazi Eastern European because of their speech, right? Mother tongue. But we say Afro-Shemitically, Asher, Kiddushanu, Be Mitzvotayo, right? Who has made us set apart, b'mitzvotayo, b'mitzvotav, b'mitzvotayo, by way of his mitzvot. What is mitzvot? Mitzvot are commandments, right? Imperatives. So note what this is saying. We're saying that Yahweh Eloheinu, right? Melech haolam, right? The prospered one, the blessed one, right? Has set us apart. How has he set us apart? Made us holy, in other words. Asher Kiddushanu, Be Mitzvotayo, by way of his commandments. So based on this principle, when we do that which he says we must do, in that we are set apart. Now we do something that we're not supposed to do. Well, you can see the measure there. That's what we talk about. Prayer is actually self-examination. It's a weighing, right? Asher Kedeshano b'mitzvotayo, with Siwano, and he has commanded Anu, us, Siwano. Some would say, Viz Savano, right? And that's not Yiddish, that's just the Eastern European mother tongue enunciation, right? Where the wow becomes a vav. But for us, the wow is a wow. Wiz Iwanu, right, has commanded us, Lihiyot, to be, to higher, Lihiyot has commanded us to be, to become, right? Wiz Iwanu, Lihiyot, or has commanded us to be, or to be light, Le Goyim, who has commanded us to be light to the nations, to the Gentiles. With Sawano, Lehiyot, or Le Goyim. With Natan Lanu, and has given for us, to us, with Natan he has given, with Natan, Vinatan Lanu, with Natan Lanu, he has given Le to for Anu, he has given for Anu, Le Anu, right? Lanu, with Natan Lanu, he has given to us, for us, right? To us, et direct object marker. What has he given? Who has he given? With Natan Lanu et Yeshua. He has given to us Yeshua, right? Giving to us Yeshua. Right? With Natan Lanu et Yeshua Mishachenu. Mishachay, the Messiah of Anu, the Messiah of us. Yeshua Mishachenu, our Messiah, right? Or light, illumination, ha-olam. So some would translate this as light of the world, like Hebrew for Christians, John J. Parson does here. But as we know how ha-olam is used for eternity or time out of mind, we will translate it like Melech ha-olam, eternal king, right? With Natan lanu et Yeshua Mishachenu, or ha-olam, has given to us Yeshua, our Messiah, as eternal light, as the light of the universe, but as a light eternal, or ha-olam. So in praying to Elohim Ha'ab, Melech ha-olam, we give thanks, right? The daughter of the house, the eldest daughter, the virtuous woman of the house, the woman who has that honor of lighting the lights that initiates basically the Shabbat time, right? In that sense, in the family. So the usual translation is, blessed are you, Adonai, our Elohim, King of the universe, who sanctified us with his commandments, or by way of his imperatives, and commanded us to be, to become, to be a light to the nations, to the nationalities, and who gave to us Yeshua Mishachenu, our Mashiach, right? Or Ha-Olam, as the light of, right, the universe. They say the light of the world, right? But then when we say Melech Ha-Olam, they don't want to say king of the world, because they should know they're mistranslating it, right? It is Melech Ha-Olam, eternal king, and therefore Or Ha-Olam is eternal light, the eternal light, right, from the eternal king. Amen, amen. Right here, here, just to give you a little bit of this right here from John J. Parsons, it says, at this moment when the families gather together, the woman, right, the virtuous woman of the house, the eldest woman, given that honor, may offer a silent or a verbal prayer on behalf of her husband and her children, right? In generations past, personal prayers, right, were commonly said, by certain Yehudi women, in the different customs of Yehudi here and there, before doing a mitzvah, right? Before doing a mitzvah on special occasions. So sometime before doing a command, before keeping a command, some would say a special like prayer, right? A minimum of 2 candles are lit, right? Corresponding, often they say, well, why the 2 candles? They often correspond to 2 expressions. There are 2 expressions of Shabbat. What are the 2 expressions of Shabbat, right? This comes up in the Lekha, I think the Lekha Dodi, right? The 2 expressions, one is mentioned in Exodus chapter 20, verse 8, where it says, Zakor, et yom ha-Shabbat lekadisho. It says, Zakor, remember, right? Zakor et yom, the day at Yom HaShabbat of the Sabbath, Likadisho, to keep it set apart. And there's Deuteronomy 5 and 12, where it says Shamor et Yom HaShabbat, right? Likadisho. It says to keep or guard or to observe. So in Exodus, when Yahweh spoke to the Bnei Yisrael and they heard the voice of Elohim Chayim speaking out of the midst of the fire, right? In Exodus 20 and 8, Elohim said, Zakor, remember. When Moshe now, right, in the repetition of the law, explaining to the new generation in Deuteronomy 5 and 12, he says Shamor, which means to guard or observe. So these two expressions, right, often have been reasoned on. Why is said this way, remember, and why it says to keep, to guard, to observe. So we receive that as being fused. These two have become one, right? Because when you remember it, right? When you remember it, you observe it. You see what I'm saying? You remember it, you observe it. So in Deuteronomy, Moshe kind of goes over, right, what has happened before in the Torah narrative, giving a summary, right, and the best practices and principles to a new generation. So there he says Shamor. So these two candles, so you can say one Zakor, one Shamor, right? Some women add an additional light. Some women may add an additional light, right, with the birth of each child and continue lighting it through the years, right? Now, the lampstand or candlesticks are often made of precious metal, such as silver, and maybe family heirlooms. That's why among some of the other Yehudi, if you check it out sometime, it's like somebody came in, there was a robbery. Oh man, they took the candelabrum, the precious candelabrum that we had in the family for X amount of generations. You know what I mean? So it's kind of interesting understanding these things because these things also have service and they also have value. You know what I mean? Instead of just like random jewelry, you know what I mean, for foolery, right? So right here, let's see, this one here, is it, yeah. Okay, this is the Hebrew of it. That's the Hebrew of it, the transliteration. Now, the usual one that one says, so that one there, right, with Natan Lanu et Yeshua Mishechenu or HaOlam, that's the, we said the messianic, right, way. What's interesting that Yeshua, he speaks many things that are rabbinical and that were studies of the sages, right? Sometimes affirming some things, sometimes correcting certain things. Just want to point that out. So in rabbinical Judaism or Yahadut uses this baraka for Erev Shabbat, candle lighting. So often amongst, you could say, rabbinical Judaism or Orthodox, and this tradition does have some anciency to it, right, in some of our studies, but this is what it said. This is the basic, what you heard earlier. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kedeshanu b'mitzvotaya, with Sawano, right, with Sawano. So after, and he commanded us in the new covenant sense, he commanded us lihiyot or legoyim, right? He commanded us a light to the nations and gave us Yeshua, our Messiah, as Or HaOlam, as eternal light, right? That is the messianic, right? You know, in the way of Moshiach, right? The King of Kings Christ. But that was built off of this. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kedeshanu b'mitzvotaya with Sawano, and commanded us with Sawano or Visavanu li hadlik, and commanded us to kindle hadlik li hadlik, kindle near a lamp, a candle, a lamp, shel Shabbat, the light of the Sabbath, a candle, Sabbath candles, but it's actually like a singular light. This light can be taken in the plural sense as the light of the Shabbat. Commanded us to kindle the light of the Shabbat. And that goes to some traditional observations where some really Orthodox might not, turn on some lights or do certain things, turn on appliances and all that. That we do not advocate that, right? But it's interesting to have that discussion, principally speaking, right? Since that is a form of fire, but that's not what we advocate right there, right? Not in the way, the truth, and the life, but to study it, yeah. A note right here. Most messianic it says believers would object, right, the fact that in fact Yahweh has not commanded us to light the candles of Shabbat. So some might say, well, actually Yahweh has, where has he commanded it? This is what we do in the Midrash, bite Midrash, to reason it. We bring it out, we reason, but then we ask the difficult questions, like where has he commanded? So some would object, even some messianic. And since Yeshua is the true light, right? To see the true light, he's the true, or Olam, the true light of the world, eternal light, who alone gives us the true rest in the innermost of the innocents, prefer to recite the Baraka, right? The first one, right? Listed right at the top of this page right here. And we do too, but we had that one there. There's another one we have from the sister, but we need some sisters. If you can and you can record the messianic one, you know what I mean? Then we'll share that, but I think it's a good practice, even for some of the basic Hebrew studies, right? In most cases, barakot, right? The blessing is recited first, as we recited the priestly blessing from Numbers chapter 6, verses 24 to 26, those 3 verses, followed by the performance of the mitzvah, right? In the case of this baraka, this blessing, however, the woman, right, the woman of the house, the mother of the house, lights the candles, the light first, right, and then pronounces a baraka, right? Since once she has pronounced the baraka, she has accepted the Sabbath, the Shabbat restrictions upon herself, and therefore would be unable, right, according to some traditions, to light the candles afterward, right, because of what is written about kindling, right, kindling fire, as we mentioned earlier. A note, last note right here, a Friday night service, right, as our Friday night service, call it the Kabbalat Shabbat, is normally offered, right, at the synagogue or the Jewish church called the synagogue, right? It's often offered there in the gathering after the candle lighting time, right? But before the Shabbat meal, right? From the time the candles are lit until the Kiddush, right? The Kiddush is like a service, a holy service, of recitation of certain areas of scripture and Psalms is made. It said that one should not eat or drink anything. That's what he says. One should not eat or drink anything. Okay, that note there is a curious note at the end right there, but I put a question mark right there because we prepare our food, generally speaking, so we don't have to labor and sweat over food. Like when, like you can just relax and there's food already prepared and you can just go just get something. That's the sense. So you can focus on reading or study, or just thanking God and just relax, just prosper, may you prosper, and be in health, even as your soul prospers. So right there, they're there, brothers and sisters and brothers, right there on the lighting of the lights. A little extended because we have Hanukkah, right, right there. You know what I mean? But Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam. Yes, I.
Rastafari is Almighty. Rastafari is Almighty. Rastafari is Almighty. Ever living, ever faithful. Ever living, ever sure. Ever sure. Ever sure. Ever living, ever faithful. Ever sure. Yeah, he's the only king of the Sabbath, and the Sabbath is our only future. Yeah, he's the only king of the Sabbath, and the Sabbath is our only future. Yeah, he's the only king of the Sabbath, and the Sabbath is our only future. Hey yo!
Yeah. There's something about that. That's from Sizzler, I think, The World, on the World Rhythm. I forget which the tune is. Or he says right there, he says he's only king of the Sabbath, and the Sabbath is our only future. It's interesting because when you look at the Torah and you look at certain prophecies, right, of the world to come, the Olam Haba, it also kind of concurs, with that idea that you say like the new age or the kingdom is almost like on a certain level like a Shabbat. There's a time, right, that is expected, which is like an eternal Shabbat. And it said that if we were able to keep even one Shabbat, right? According to the true spirit and intent, that even if we are in captivity, that, freeness and redemption would immediately, ensue. And this is why I think that the Shabbat meditation is a very important meditation. But right here, we're going to go short on the Psalm right here. Usually we could go a little bit longer right here, but the Kabbalat Shabbat Psalms right here. Let's see, how can we do right here? What can we share with you so we can get to at least a little more right here, and one can enjoy, their Shabbat, and be blessed, So right here. Yeah, here we go. Yes, So beginning with Psalm 95 to Psalm 90, Psalm 95 to Psalm 99 plus Psalm 29. Shema Yisrael. Here it is. Shabbat Shalom. Whoa.
Psalm 95. Oh, come, let us sing unto the Lord. The Lord. The Lord. Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation. Salvation. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving. And make a joyful noise unto him with song. For the Lord is a great God. And a great King above all gods.
ומלך גדול על כל אלוהים.
Above all God. In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. Oh, come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before the Lord our Maker. For he is our God, and we are the people of his pasture, and the sheep of his hand. Today, if ye will hear his voice, harden not your heart as in the provocation, and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness. When your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my ways. Unto whom I swear in my wrath, that they should not enter into my rest. Psalm 96. Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש.
Sing unto the Lord, all the earth.
שירו לאדוני כל הארץ.
Sing unto the Lord, bless his name.
שירו לאדוני ברכו שמו.
Show forth his salvation from day to day.
בשרו מיום ליום ישועתו.
Declare his glory among the heathen.
ספרו בגויים כבודו.
Declare his glory among the heathen, his wonders among all people.
בכל העמים נפלאותיו.
For the Lord is great.
כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, נורא הוא על כל אלוהים.
For the Lord is great, 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 great.
כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד.
For the Lord is great and greatly to be praised. He is to be feared above all gods. For all the gods of the nations are idols. The Lord made the heavens. Honor and majesty are before him. Strength and beauty are in his sanctuary. Give unto the Lord, O ye kindreds of the people. Give unto the Lord glory and strength. Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name. Bring an offering and come into his courts. O worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness. Fear before him all the earth. Say among the heathen that the Lord reigneth. The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved. He shall judge the people righteously. Let the heavens rejoice, and let the earth be glad. Let the sea roar, and the fullness thereof. Let the field be joyful, and all that is therein. Then shall all the trees of the wood rejoice before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. He shall judge the world with righteousness, and the people with his truth. His truth, his truth, his truth, his truth, his truth, Psalm 97.
מזמור צד זין.
The Lord reigneth.
אדוני מלך, מלך, מלך.
Let the earth rejoice, rejoice, rejoice.
תגל הארץ, 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 הארץ.
Let the multitude of isles be glad thereof, be glad thereof, be glad thereof.
ישמחו איים רבים, רבים, רבים.
Clouds and darkness are round about him, around about him, around about him, around about him.
ענן וערפל סביביו, 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 סביביו.
Righteousness and judgment are the habitation of his throne, of his throne, of his throne, of his throne.
צדק ומשפט מכון פסחור, 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 פסחור.
A fire goeth before him, before him, before him, before him.
אש לפניו תלך, תלך, תלך.
And burneth up his enemies round about, round about, round about, round about, round about.
ותלהט סביב שריו, 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 שריו.
His lightnings and lightnings and lightnings and lightnings and lightnings.
האירו ורקע תבל, 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 תבל.
His lightnings enlightened the world. The earth saw and trembled. The hills melted like wax at the presence of the Lord, at the presence of the Lord of the whole earth. The heavens declare his righteousness, and all the people see his glory. Confounded be all they that serve graven images, that boast themselves idols. Worship him, all ye gods. Zion heard and was glad, and the daughters of Judah rejoiced because of thy judgments, O Lord. For thou, Lord, art high above all the earth. Thou art exalted far above all gods. Ye that love the Lord hate evil. He preserveth the souls of his saints. He delivereth them out of the hand of the wicked. Life is sown for the righteous, and gladness for the upright in heart. Rejoice in the Lord, ye righteous, and give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness. Of his holiness. Of his holiness. Of his holiness. Psalm 98.
מזמור צד ח' מזמור, 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 מזמור.
Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song, a new song, a new song, a new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש, חדש, חדש.
For he hath done marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things.
כי נפלאות עשה, 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 עשה.
His right hand and his holy arm, holy arm, holy arm, holy arm.
הושיע לו ימינו, 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 ימינו.
hath gotten him the victory, the victory, the victory, the victory.
וזרוע קודשו, 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 קודשו.
The Lord hath made known his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation.
הודיע אדוני ישועתו, ישועתו, ישועתו,
The Lord hath made known his salvation, his righteousness hath he openly showed in the sight of the heathen. He hath remembered his mercy and his truth toward the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all the earth. Make a loud noise and rejoice and sing praise. Sing unto the Lord with the harp and the voice of a psalm, with trumpets and sound of cornet. Make a joyful noise before the Lord the King. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. Let the floods clap their hands, let the hills be joyful together before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. With righteousness shall he judge the world and the people with equity, with equity, with equity, with equity, with equity. Psalm 99.
מזמור צד ט'
The Lord reigneth, reigneth, reigneth.
אדוני מלך, מלך.
Let the people tremble, tremble.
ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים.
He sitteth between the cherubim. Let the earth be moved, be moved, be moved, be moved.
יושב קרובים תנות הארץ, הארץ.
The Lord is great in Zion, and he is high above all the people. Let them praise thy great and terrible name, for it is holy, for it is holy, for it is holy, for it is holy. The king's strength also loveth judgment. Thou dost establish equity. Thou executest judgment and righteousness in Jacob. Exalt ye the Lord our God, and worship at his footstool, for he is holy, for he is holy, for he is holy, for he is holy. Moses and Aaron among his priests, and Samuel among them that call upon his name, they called upon the Lord, and he answered them. He spake unto them in the cloudy pillar. They kept his testimonies and the ordinance that he gave them. Thou answeredst them, O Lord our God. Thou wast a God that forgavest them, though thou tookest vengeance of their inventions. Exalt the Lord our God and worship at his holy hill, for the Lord our God is holy, holy, holy. Psalm 29.
מזמור כ"ט, מזמור לדוד.
Give unto the Lord, O ye mighty, ye mighty, ye mighty, ye mighty.
הבו לאדוני בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים.
Give unto the Lord glory and strength, and strength, and strength, and strength.
הבו לאדוני כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד.
Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name, to his name, to his name, to his name.
הבו לאדוני כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו.
Worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness.
השתחוו לאדוני בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש.
The voice of the Lord is upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters.
קול אדוני על המים, 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 המים.
The God of glory thundereth, 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 thundereth.
אל הכבוד הרעים, הרעים, הרעים.
The Lord is upon many waters, many waters, many waters, many waters.
אדוני על מים רבים, 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 רבים.
The voice of the Lord is powerful, 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 powerful.
קול אדוני בכוח, 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 בכוח.
The voice of the Lord is full of majesty, full of majesty, full of majesty.
קול אדוני בהדר, 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 בהדר.
The voice of the Lord breaketh the cedars, the cedars, the cedars, the cedars.
קול אדוני שובר ארזים, 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 ארזים.
Yea, the Lord breaketh the cedars of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon.
וישבר אדוני את ארזי הלבנון, 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 הלבנון.
He maketh them also to skip like a calf, Lebanon and Syrian like a young unicorn. The voice of the Lord divideth the flames of fire. The voice of the Lord shaketh the wilderness. The Lord shaketh the wilderness of Kadesh. The voice of the Lord maketh the hinds to calve, and discovereth the forests. And in his temple doth every one speak of his glory. The Lord sitteth upon the flood. Yea, the Lord sitteth king forever. The Lord will give strength unto his people. The Lord will bless his people with peace. Peace, 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 peace.
Yes. Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Salam. The Psalms right there. Psalms for 6 days of the week here, bringing it here. Now, in there, Bekoah. Here we have the Ana Bekoah. Let's bring this up right here. This short mystical chant right here. Rise up the chant. So first, I'm going to give just a little overview, just a little read through so one can understand what the words are. And I found some great tunes here for the Shabbat. Anyone has Sabbath tunes, we definitely love to share. Right here. Let's do this here. Boom. There we go right there. Yeah. So Ana Bekoah. Self-explanatory. Here we go. The Ana Bekoah. Let's deal with the one briefly explained.
Ana Bekoah. Ana Bekoah. We beg, we beseech the eye. We beg the eye, we beseech the eye. Ana Bekoah. It is a Kabbalistic poem. Here we have the Ana Bekoah, a Kabbalistic Aver, the Aver, except the Aver, a Kabbalistic poem, many say of unknown authorship. Although the Ana Bekoah is traditionally, it's attributed to a sage of the 2nd century. Some even say of the 1st century, the rabbi named Nehemiah. But when they say that it's a poem, a composition, and of unknown authorship, many times we see this as being one of our own. Because if it was one of theirs, they would definitely have given name in the 1st, 2nd, and 1st century. This is still I and I ancestors in ancient time. Because this is a time of the New Testament, of the Gospels, the Brit Chadash, and here we have the Ana Bekoah, a Kabbalistic poem said to be of unknown authorship, traditionally attributed to either a sage of the 2nd century, or some say of the 1st century, and they name, namely, Rabbi Nehemiah. Now the Ana Bekoah, we beseech, we beg the eye, it pleads for Yisrael's redemption, for the once lost, now found, black and brown sheep of the Beit Yisrael's redemption from the exile. Ana Bekoah, pleading for Yisrael. Are ye not as the children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Yisrael? Yisrael's redemption plea and prayer, this Kabbalistic poem right here, pleading for Yisrael redemption from exile. It has 7 lines of 6 words each. There are 7 lines in the Ana Bekoah. Their first letters are said to spell out a secret divine name. And this has served as the basis of much mystical meditation, reflection, speculation. The Ana Bekoah prayer is recited on Friday evening during the Kabbalat Shabbat service. The Kabbalat Shabbat, the welcoming, the accepting, the receiving, the Kabbalat Shabbat. And we have this, the Ana Bekoah, a Kabbalistic Kabbal poem composition. So the Ana B'Koach prayer being recited on Friday evening during the Kabbalat Shabbat service, just prior to the singing of the Likha Dodi, the Ana B'Koach, the Ana B'Koach. Ana B'Koach Gedulata Yemineka Tatira Zerura Avela Rina Ta'amekach Zagvenu at Ahrenu Nora Nagivora Dorshe Yehudeka Tevata Shamre Barchema Tahrema Racheme Tzidk Ateka Tamid Gamle Chasin Kadosh Berova Tuveka Nahel Dateka Yachida Ge'eh Le'ameka Pene Zokre Kedushateka Shawatenu Kabel Ushmas Aikatenu Yodea Ta'elumot Baruch Shem Kovod Malkuto Le'olam Wa'ed 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 Ana B'Koach Gedulata Yeminecha Tatira Tzrura. Please, by the great power of thy right hand, oh, set the captive free. Avel Arina Ta'ameka Asagvenu Tahrenu Nora. Reverent God, accept thy people's prayer. Strengthen us, strengthen I and I. Cleanse us, cleanse I and I. Na gibor dorsheya yechudeka kubvata shamreim. Almighty God, grant us, grant I and I, as the apple of the eye of those who seek thee I. Barchem tahreim rachmei tzidkateka tamid gamleim. Bless them, cleanse them, pity them. Ever grant them thy truth. Chasina kadosh berovat ubeka nahela edateka. Mighty, holy Isla God, in thy abundant grace guide thy people. Yachida ge'eh le'amecha pene zokreya kedushateka. Accept I and I our prayer. Hear I and I cry. Thou who knowest secret thoughts. Shawatenu kabelo ushmaz aakatenu yodea ta'elumot. Blessed be the name of His glorious majesty forever and ever. Baruch Shem Kovoda Malkuto Le'olama Wa'ed 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 Wa'ed.
Yes, just a little breakdown, little background, but just a couple of the Kabbalat Shabbat. For the Kabbalat Shabbat right here, Ana B'Koach, Ana B'Koach.
Bendícelos, purifícalos con la misericordia de tu justicia. Trátalos siempre con bondad. Hasin Kadosh berov tuvcha, na'el adatecha. Oh. Shalom Lam.
Lion of Judah Society.
Ushma tzadkatenu, yodeh
Yes. Right there, another Ana Bikora. Right there. Yeah, I didn't really expect that, but hopefully a little calming, for the Shabbat vibes right there. They're there. Yeah, the Ana Bikora. It's a good study in the Hebrew too as well. It's a very powerful words right there. Prayer right there for Yisrael's, for I's redemption, coming out of exile, returning to land. So right here, just to seal up right here with the Lekha Dodi, welcoming, come. Come, O bride, come beloved. Lekah, Dodi, come my friend, come my love, to meet the Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam. Here, the Lekah, Dodi. Let's see if we got this right here. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that, but it was just like a good calming effect. Hope one's in, like kind of snooze off, but right here, got this and that right here, Lekah, Dodi, Lekah, Dodi, Lekah.
שמור וזוכר בדיבורך, השמיענו אל המאוחר. Guardar y recordar fueron pronunciados en uno. Hashem es uno y su nombre es uno. Salgamos al encuentro del Shabbat, fuente eterna de bendición. El Santo nos llama a reposar en su luz y su creación. Lecha Dodi, Ligrat Kala, Bene Shabbat, Nekavela. Ven, amado mío, al encuentro de la novia. Recibamos el rostro del Shabbat. מקדש מלך עיר מלוכה. Será tu manto. Lecha Dodi, Ligrat Kala, Pune Shabbat, Nekavela. Ven, amado mío, al encuentro de la novia. Recibamos el rostro del Shabbat.
Yes. Lekah Dodi, right there. Couple of different versions, like this version. Hope you like this version right here. But just a little bit of the words, at least the chorus line right here. Just to bring this out right here. The Lekah Dodi. Come, my friend, come, my beloved. Right here we go. Just a little bit of the chorus line right here. Traditional Shabbat chant. Lekah, come, Dodi. Come, my beloved. Lekah Dodi, Likrat Kala. Come, my beloved, to meet. Likrat, to meet. Kala, to meet the bride. Lekah Dodi, Likrat Kala. Penei Shabbat, Nikabala. Penei Shabbat, the face, literally it's like the face or the presence of the Shabbat, the Shabbat, Pnei Shabbat, the face, the presence of the Shabbat, Nikabala, Nikabala, Kabbalah, Kabal means to welcome, to receive. Nikabala, let us welcome, let us receive, right? The face, the presence of the Shabbat. Here they have, beloved, come to meet the Sabbath, but more directly, the full of the Hebrew, Pnei Shabbat, the presence of the Shabbat, the face, the presence of the Shabbat, Nikabala, Nikabala. Let us welcome, Nikabala, Nikabala. Let us welcome, Nikabala. Let us receive. Pnei Shabbat, Nikabala. Shabbat Shalom U Meborak. So as a greeting, Shabbat Shalom, peaceful Sabbath U and Meborak. Modern Hebrew, other speech, U Mevorak. Other speakers, U Mevorak. Ancient pointing, U Meborak. Shabbat Shalom U Meborak. A peaceful Sabbath, Shabbat, and a blessed one, Meborak, Mevorak. So here, just some of the lyrics, some of the relics here. The chorus line, Lekadodi Likrat Kala, Pnei Shabbat Nikabala. And we've gone through this right here, but just to give ones a kind of a little taste for what they hear. Shemor with Zakor B'dibor Echad. Hishmeanu El Ham Yuhad. Adonai Echad Ushemo Echad. L'Shem U'Tiferet V'Litehila. V'Litehila or V'Litehila. Here. Let's scroll down here and just give you a couple of the, okay, so here, just an idea of what's being said. Beloved, come to meet the bride. Lekad Dodi, Likrat Kala. Right? Pnei Shabbat Nikabala. Beloved, let us come to greet, to welcome the Shabbat, the face, the presence of the Shabbat. Keep and remember. Shamor with Zakor. Remember those two words, two candles? In Exodus, it says to Zakor et Yom HaShabbat, to remember, Zakor. And then in Deuteronomy, it says Shamor. So here, the sense of Shamor with Zakor. So these two words in Exodus, what Yahweh said and what Moshe, right, in his repetition of the Lord, right, a single utterance. Because we remember the Shabbat, then we remember to keep, to guard, to observe. So Shamor with Zakor, B'dibor Echad, in a single utterance, right? Hishmianu El Ham Yuhad. The only El, the only Almighty, caused us to Hishmianu, to hear. The Eternal One, Adonai Echad, Ushemo Echad. Yahweh Echad, Ushemo Echad. Yahweh is the one. Ushemo, and his name, right? Echad, his name is one. The honor and glory and praise are his. Come with me. Let us meet Shabbat. Forever a fountain of blessing. Still it flows as from the start. The last thing made, but the very first in thought, right? In other words, Shabbat was last made, but yet it's the first, and thought is important. Sovereigns, going on just the verses, translation, a basic translation. Sovereigns abode, the king's abode, the sovereign's abode, holy city. Rise up from your ravaged state. You, speaking to she, speaking to the city, speaking to the soul of Israel, you have dwelt long enough in the valley of tears. Now Hashem will shower mercy upon you. Lift up yourself, rise from the dust, array yourself in clothes of beauty. O my people, at hand is Bethlehem's David, Bethlehem's David, Jesse's son, bringing deliverance into my life. Arise, arouse yourself. Your light has come. Arise and shine. Awake, awake. Pour forth your song. Elohim's glory now shines up on you. Don't be abashed. Don't be ashamed. Forget your sorrow. Quiet your groans. The afflicted of my people find shade and shelter in you. A city renewed where her ruins lay. So this is like speaking to the Shabbat as she, as a bride, Technically, Shabbat is a feminine sense, but speaking to Shabbat as a bride, right here, speaking to the consciousness, the soul of Israel. The scavengers are scattered. Your devourers have fled. As a bridegroom rejoices in his bride, your Elohim, speaking to she, takes joy in you. To the right hand and to the left, you will burst out, standing in the awe of the Eternal One. Thanks to the power of David's ear, of Dawid's ear, of Perez's line, of Perez's lineage. And so shall we rejoice and find delight. Here, at this time, going through this here, it's interesting because the Torah portion, Wayyesheb, is speaking of the births of Perez line, right, from Tamar and Judah. Enter, Boe, right, Boe Kala. Here he comes to the conclusion. Enter in peace, O crown of her mate. Enter in gladness and enter in joy. In the midst of the faithful of this treasured people. And this final verse from the Ivrit, the Hebrew, Boe, come in, speaking to she, speaking to the Shabbat, right? Speaking to the presence, the perception, right? Boe Kala, come in, enter in, O bride, Boe Kala. So this is often sometimes taken into song, right? Boe Kala, come in, O bride, come in, O bride. Boe Kala. Kala is a bride or like a daughter-in-law in that sense, a bride. Boe Kala. Here's one more. And before we just seal up right here, let Kado be.
לשם ולתפארת ולתהילה, לקראת שבת לתחו ונלצה, כי מקור הברציה מראש מקדם נסוכה, סוף מעשה במטה שבת תשילה. לשדודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה. רב לשבת בעמק חבשה, והוא ישמור על האיש כמלה. התנערי מעפר קומי, לבשי בגדי תפארתי שמי, על יד בן ישי בית הלשמי, קורבה אל נפשי גאלה. לשדודי לקראת קלה, ירה לה, בני שבת נקבלה. ולא תיקלמי, מה תשתוך עד שיומתמי, בשחסו עניי ימי, ונבנית העיר על תילה. לשדודי לקראת קלה, ירה לה, בני שבת נקבלה. דודי פרני שבת נקבלה, לך דודי לקראת קלה, פרני שבת נקבלה, לך דודי לקראת קלה, פרני שבת נקבלה, לך דודי לקראת קלה, פרני שבת נקבלה. וחיו למשיסה שוס האיש, ורק חכו כל מבלייך, יסיס עלייך אלוהי, כמסוס צ'טן על קלה, ימין ושמאל תפרוצי, ואת אדוני תריצי, על יד איש בן פרזי, ונשמחה ונגילה.
Wow, 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 wow. Right there. I thought there was one more line he was going through right there. Right there. V'nismach v'nagila. V'nismach v'nagila. So this last part right there, Boi v'shalom ataret ba'ala. Right, gam b'simcha uaviz ohala. The talka emune. Segula, boi kala. That last line. Some make that last line the song right there. That's the part right there. Yeah. So, lekado d. Interesting. We can reason on it. Hopefully, break it down and reason so that he ended at the part right there where it was to the right. Was it to the right and to the left? You will burst out, standing in the awe of the Eternal One. Thanks to the power of David's ear, of Peretz's line, Peretz's lineage. And so shall we rejoice and find delight. Right there for the lekado D. So Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam, right here. Kind of a little different in the service.
Sembet Salam, Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah. Looking to the time right here. We have Psalm 122. This Torah reading and feeding is so very interesting. Here, Joseph's story, also the time and the season that we're in right here. The winter moons, shorter days, longer nights, time of dreams. Here we have the dreams right here. The dreams, remember there was a dream of Jacob, Jacob a dreamer, and his beloved son, Joseph, also a dreamer, right? Also, we have the darkness in the family too, the vibes. They couldn't even speak to Joseph in peace. You know what I mean? And these are things that we need to consider. We once lost, now found. What did Moshe say? You could tell who are my Talmudim. He says, you could tell who are his Talmudim, Talmudayo, by how much love they have one for another. All right? And this is interesting in the whole Joseph narrative, and how, in a sense, it does foreshadow, right? The Moshiach Yeshua HaNotzri as well. But here, just keep it tight. We still got the Shabbat after the Shabbat podcast also, and the prepping, the prepping for the Hanukkah and the season. Also, there's there's more we'd like to share, but just looking at the time right here. For the Hanukkah, right, there's also the book of Maccabees, the fourth book of Maccabees, right? The fourth book of Maccabees. You can find that in the Lost Books of the Bible, Forgotten Books of Eden, right there. Here, as this Torah portion, and even what we observe in the season, Hanukkah, right? The festival, the Feast of Lights, but also there's the Maccabee fight, right? So what were they fighting for? You know what I'm saying? What was the goal? You know what I mean? And that's also the goal even here in this season, pushing through the winter, getting through these winter moons, these winter months, even when they talk about the circadian rhythms and how the time and season affects different ones. Ones find sometime during these seasons, they might be more depressed or down. And then also, going through, this seclorum, all of these, some people call them pagan. They like the word pagan. But all of these kind of other gods, though they might say Christ, they may say Jesus, but you judge a tree by its fruit. If the fruit is good, then so be it. But right here, let's segue right here. We have a psalm right here. So we're going to seek to go forward to the psalm that we have here, we have Psalm 122, 122nd Psalm here in the season. You know, sometimes you're prepared and you got a lot to share, but you know, not to overwhelm or overburden, you know, the people right here. Yeah, that's the main line right there. Lekado di, you know, Lekado di, Likrat Kala, right? Come, my beloved, my friend, right? Likrat Kala, to meet, right? To meet, to greet, to encounter the bride. Also in the Torah, reading and feeding with Judah, you know, the Kala in the scripture there is Tamar. You know, it's Tamar. Just seeing how we have some words. Hopefully, we'll be able to do this in the forwards. We'll take some key words. There was a very good website some years ago, and it had like what they call it, like words, you know, like words of the Sabbath, like basically going into the Torah, reading and feeding, and bringing out some basic words. You know, there's some key words, and some of these key words we become familiar with, and they can help us as, you know, as ones and ones, you know, grow in grace, you know what I mean? You know, to kind of comprehend and, you know, put things together, you know, within their learning and their study. So now after that, you know, usually we go to Psalm 92. You know, usually is Psalm 92. That's the psalm for the Shabbat day. And then we would seal up with Psalm 93, right? But right here, the daily psalm here in the season. Let's see if we can clear the front screen. There we go, right there. For my part, I glory in the Bible. So here we have Psalm 122, right? 122. I hope my fellow brothers and sisters and fellow disciples who've been able to, like, you know, pay attention more or less with some of the daily Psalms, even here in the Shavua, and how their themes, the themes of the Psalms, you know, really resonated. Like Psalm 35, we had Psalm 35, we had Psalm 22, you know, and this theme is content, even with Yosef and Joseph's narrative. Spin that back. Let's spin that back right there. Right, spin that back. There we go. Yeah, let's begin off here. Now, this suitcase here, let's see the suitcase right here. Let me share the title here. Right. So this is like a picked suitcase here of Old and New Jerusalem, Israel to Ethiopia slideshow. Israel to Ethiopia slideshow. Now, why is that? It's because the theme, there we go. The theme of today's daily psalm, or the daily psalm here for the Shabbat Eve, for the 6th day of this Shabua. We got a Shabua long feast festival of lights, right? Hopefully we'll be able to unpack a little bit more on why Hanukkah here in this season. We've done it before, but, you know, for those who are giving ear, Shema'ah, here. We have Psalm 122, right? So a theme of light and darkness, both temporally, like in the outer, like outside of us, like in the earth around us, but also on the psychological and spiritual level, and even in the inner state. You know what I mean? Both in the narrative, but also in the season and in the time. You know? So right here we have, this psalm is the Pilgrim's Joy, Psalm 122. All right, so let's touch on this briefly here. Today's daily psalm. Oh, did we even put up the audibles? Yeah, we got the audibles right here. Let's share. Boom, 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 boom. What do I have there? There we go. The basics of today's daily psalm.
Psalm 122. I was glad when they said unto me, Let us go into the house of the Lord. Our feet shall stand within thy gates, O Jerusalem. Jerusalem is builded as a city that is compact together, whither the tribes go up, the tribes of the Lord, unto the testimony of Israel, to give thanks unto the name of the Lord. For there are set thrones of judgment, the thrones of the house of David. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. They shall prosper that love thee. Peace be within thy walls, and prosperity within thy palaces. For my brethren and companions' sakes, I will now say, Peace be within thee. Because of the house of the Lord our God, I will seek thy good. Good, good, good.
So here, today's daily psalm. Mizmor Kof Kaf Beit. From the Sefer Tehillim, the Psalms, the Book of Psalms, Perek Kof Kaf Beit, Psalm 100, Kof, Hebrew letter Kof, numerical value of 100, Kaf, Kaf, numerical value of 20, Beit, numerical value of 2, second letter of the Hebrew alphabet, means more Kof Kaf Beit. So here we have Psalm 122, 122. Here's theme, the pilgrim's joy. The pilgrim's joy, the pilgrim's joy. Now, a targum Hebraically is like an interpretation, right? Interpretation. One targum, it makes the psalm here, right? Ancient targum, right? Makes the psalm here, Mizmor Kof Kaf Beit. It makes the psalm a pilgrim's happy meditation, a pilgrim's happy meditation, right? Like the pilgrim time, the pilgrimage time, a pilgrim's happy meditation, a pilgrim's happy meditation, right? After he had returned home from his visit to Yerushalayim, from his visit to Jerusalem, Yerushalayim. Actually, Shalayim is peace double. So in a sense, it's like, is there two Jerusalems, or is there that Yeru, right? The teaching. So from the sense of like the Yara, Yeru, the teaching, right, of peace in a twofold sense. Shalom, 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 twofold. What does the scripture teach us? Peace with God and peace with man, right? Isn't that one of the highest aspirations there, right? Having peace with God and with man. And if we have peace with God and man, then we do well, right? To have peace with God and man. So here, right, we have in that order, right? Psalm 122, we have here, let's bring this out right here for y'all, right? It's only 9 verses, but it's kind of very important. And it's kind of interesting because here, this is the winter time. It's what the winter time after the 7 months, right? At the end of the year. So here we're in another season. This season is the winter season where we begin off our Torah reading and feedings again. And now here, right, in the 9th month, check that out. In the 9th month, Hebraically speaking, counting from the first of the moons, right? In the 9th month, right? Kislev, right? Here we have the 9th Torah reading and feeding, Wayyesheb, here in the season for 2025, right? So here we have a song of degrees of Dawit, a Shir ha-Ma'alot. Remember the Ma'ala, what? Allah, what ascends, Ma'ala, what goes up, whether thoughts or steps, stairway, right? And from that same root of Allah, not Allah, but Allah. 2 different enunciations, right? Yes, it's an A sound, but one is Allah, like to swear, an oath kind of thing, Allah, right? And Allah, to ascend. Like we have Aliyah, the going up. We have the Olah, right? The Olah, right? The Olah is like the offering because of smoke going up, a transmutation from one state of being, of matter, into, you could say, spirit, right? In the sense of the sacrifice, of the transmutation, right? It's kind of a science experiment on one level, if you get it, right? But it's kind of teaching, right? That transference of the offering into smoke, right? And the smoke rising up, the Olah, right? But we also have the Aliyah, the going up, right? It could be a literal going up, like you're going up a mountain, right? You're ascending a mountain, but it also is to go up to read Torah, right? So the Bima is the Aliyah. And we know for the Torah reading and feedings on Shabbat day and the Shabbat Torah portion is 7 main parts, 7 Aliyot, right? But in this sense, a song of degrees, let's bring this out right here. We have the Shir ha-Ma'alot. Now, what are the Shir ha-Ma'alot? There are 15 psalms, often connected with the pilgrimage season. This is the root word, Ma'ala. Ma means what? Allah, ascend. What is it that ascend? What is it that go up? Ma'ala. What comes up? Thoughts come up. Ma'ala, a step, stairs go up, right? Ma'ala, the stories of Shemaim, the ascent, degrees, the ascent. 3 times in the year shall all the males of Yisrael, right, appear in the place that Yahuwah Shemo Sham, that he sets the Hashem there, right? So we have the 3 times in the year, the pilgrim feasts and festivals, which we have completed, right? Because remember, that was the 7th month. Here we're now in the 9th month. right? So here, this psalm, according to the royal order, it kind of reflects, right? It reflects like where we have been. You know what I mean? So like after the pilgrimage, one returning home, right, from a visit to Jerusalem, especially during the pilgrim feasts and festivals, the Song of Ascent, right, to the three great pilgrim feasts, 3 times in the year. These are the three main worship times, 3 times in a year. Should all the males of Israel, right, appear, right, show up, right, check in, right, in the place that Yahweh set his name. Now we know from the tribe that was in Zion with David and the Davidic covenant, Zion, Sion, right, and then Jerusalem, which is connected with Zion right there. So these Psalms from 120 to 134 are known as the pilgrim, psalms or the songs of degrees for the shalosh, the three, the Trinity, regalim, the Trinity pilgrimages, the Trinity pilgrim, right? Pilgrimage, the 3 times in the year, right? Shalosh, regalim. So here we have one of the 15 Psalms, Psalm 122. And one interpretation of it is that it's the pilgrim's happy. Ashrei, happy. Ashrei Ha'ish. Happy is the man, the happiness, the beatitude meditation, the beautiful meditation after he had returned home from a visitation to Jerusalem, right? So according to other expositors or others who have, put forward some interesting and very credible reasoning, right? This psalm is said to describe, right, the pilgrim's sensation, the pilgrim's vibes, the vibes of the pilgrims who had made that aliyah, who had made that trod, who had made that ascension, who had ascended. Can you imagine ones coming, from Jerusalem and others who stayed behind and saying, yo, how was your ascent? How was that ascent? It was in the heavens, worshiping, like, and you meditating on it. So this psalm is like rising up a chant of meditation while he is standing. Others see this as being a psalm of the pilgrim while that one is standing. I'm still standing, the Amida, while they're standing within the Hekal precincts in the courts, right? In the courts of Yahweh. So others look at this, that this meditation is both a meditation of the one when they reach Jerusalem, like when you reach the holy city, when one would reach Zion, Sion, and Jerusalem, and it's standing, it's standing there. Remember when Yeshua said, you see this? Like stone upon stone, but not one stone will remain on next stone. That's why they got so upset. Think about it. That's why they got so upset, right? When you talk about the stone upon stone, one stone not gonna be on the next one, and you talk about 3 days, and he was giving them a higher teaching. Robeno was giving a higher teaching, but some, they were kind of defiant. They were unable to receive that, right? And they was vexed. But he talked about you're gonna tear down the temple. Because naturally it was a great joy for one to make it, to the holy place, especially knowing the stories of the ancestors and what Yahweh Eloheinu did with the people, you know what I'm saying, and to be standing in the court. So the psalm has a twofold sense. One, it can be applied to having reached, and now you're standing in the courts, and I've arrived, I've reached, yes, hallelujah, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And also their meditation, the meditation after they make the tracks and make the trot and return home, and is like still in the ma'ala. They're in the ma'alot, ma'alot. They still are in the heights, right? They still are in the ascent. You know what I mean? They're still in the heavens, as the Rastafari say. Yeah, I was meditating in I heavens. They're in the higher state of mind. You know what I mean? And giving praise. So both can be applied, right, to the one standing, right, reaching in pilgrimage. The pilgrim trod, any kind of trod, depends on where one lives and what one's had to go through to reach the holy city, to participate, right, as a member of the covenant, right, and to stay in good covenant standing, right, as he says, the 3 times in the year, and to be there, right, and you're standing and the building is standing, and when all was standing, right. So some say the latter view of the one reaching the temple courts, right, and their vibes while they are there. So here we open up right here with an invitation, an invitation to join the pilgrimage, to join the regalim. Now regalim, shalosh regalim, shalosh 3 regalim. Regalim come from regel. Regel means foot. So regalim, it kind of means like 3 feet, right? 3 feet in a sense, right? Shalosh, but it's a Hebraic idiom that means that we would trot, we would walk, right? And then also we had to make heights because Jerusalem an elevation. So while ones were elevating, walking and trotting, and also others were also together, ones would be singing psalms, right, and chants. And many of these psalms are like the back and forth. When I say this, you say that, and upping each other's vibes, you know what I'm saying? And even the words of the psalm applying to the trod and to the and to the meditation. So right here, we open up right here. So a pilgrim's joy, or we can say, in this case, a well-wishing glance back. So both the pilgrim's joy reaching and the good vibes, right, as they reflect on where they have been to the pilgrim city, to the holy city, right? So right here, let's just touch on this right here. If by the mountains round about Jerusalem, just like the mountains round about Jerusalem. So if by mountains in Psalm 121, that's the second of the pilgrim psalms. You have from Psalm 120 to Psalm 134, those 15, right? The number 15, the 15 steps, is very, very interesting. We can get into the Shir HaMa'alot, these particular psalms, but they're connected, simply put, with the pilgrimage, right? With the pilgrim tribe. So the mountains of the Holy Land are to be understood. So it's also clear for what reason the collector, right, those who put these psalms together in the Sefer Tehillim had collected them and placed this psalm of degrees, this psalm of ascents that begins with the expression of joy at the pilgrimage, at the tribe, to the house, right? We're going to his house. You know that song, this is was it my house? Was it my house in the middle of the street? Something like that, my house. But that song about the house right there. But here the pilgrimage is the house of Yahweh Eloheinu. Therefore, to the holy mountain, right? Immediately after the preceding song, right? By its peace breathing. The psalm breathes peace. These psalms here breathe shalom, right? The contents, right? Contents it also, touching closely upon the first Psalm 120, right? So right here we have 120, 121, and 122, a kind of a trinity of psalms, of chants right here. So the 15 steps, 15 psalms, 15 steps led from within, right, the court of the woman to the court of the Israelites. Did you know there were 15 steps? So there'd be 15 steps that led from the court of the woman's court, right, in the holy place to the court of the Israelites, right? And some say this corresponds to the 15 psalms of degrees of ascents here in the Psalter, from Psalm 120 to 134, right? And there's the ceremony of rejoicing at the place of water drawing water that occurs on the feast and occurred on the Feast of Tabernacle, Chag HaSukkot. Remember, that's what that ended up in the year, the Rosh Hashanah in the 7th month, right there, right? And we have the Levites. Some say that the Levites were stationed upon the 15 steps that led from the court of the Israelites to the court of the woman, corresponding to the 15 steps of ascents, the 15 psalms in the Psalter 120 to 134. It was upon these that Halloween that the Levites stood with their musical instruments and sang, and they sang their songs, and of course the people, so one can reflect and imagine that joy. Talk about, we'll say party, but in that sense, it was a rejoicing, a time of rejoicing, especially in times of good and in times of peace, times of shalom. So these psalms here, they breathe shalom, right? Yeshua shalom. Now, right here, let's get right into the verse the versicles right here, the verses, right? The words of power in these verses right here. There we go, right there. So the Hebrew, the three Hebrew letters at the top means more kof, kaf, bait. 100, kof, kaf, 20, bait, 2. Right? So here, let's go to the Aleph verse right here, Pilgrim's Joy, right? Being there in the Pilgrim's Joy, remembering that I was there, like behold, right here. That's why here, let's get the first verse. A song of degrees of David. I was glad when they said to me, when they said to I, let us make I and I go into the house of Yahweh. I was glad when they said to I, and I go into the house of Yahweh. Here. Let's bring out the Ivrit. Shir HaMa'alot. So shir is a song, shir. In the masculine form, shir, right? A lyric song, a really just song, a song of the Levitical choirs, keeping it Levitical. Now a shirah, like we say the song of the sea is called shirat hayam. So the shirah is the noun feminine, right? So the form right there, shir and shirah, right? But this is a shir, right? A shir ha-ma'alot, a song of the goings up, right? Of the ascents, right? Shir ha-ma'alot, lid Dawid, of David, right? Samachti bi omrim li, beit Yahweh nelek. Samachti, I was happy. Samachti, smachti, samachti, or in a flowing level, smachti be'omrim li. Samachti, I was happy. Be'omrim, in the sayers, omrim. Omrim is like people who say, people who are saying. Right, so the beta sensia, the as a preposition has a sense of like when, right? When in them saying to me, when they said to me, samachti bi omrim li ani I li to me. Samachti bi omrim li, I was happy, I rejoice. Samachti bi omrim li. So using the feast and festival like Chag Sameach, the greeting is like Chag feast, Sameach, like happy feast, Chag Sameach. So here he says Samachti, I was happy, right? Happy, Samachti, I was, Be'omrim, when they said Li to me, Beit Yahweh, the house of the Beit, the house of Yahweh, the house of he who be, Nelek, make us go, make we go, Nelek. Right? Samachti be'omrim li, Beit Yahweh Nelek. Here is the invitation to join the regalim, to join the tribe, to join the pilgrimage. And here begins with Lid Dawid, two forms of it, right? David within the manuscripts, Dawid. So some of the targums, some of the older Aramaic and other interpretation, they omit this, and the contents of the psalm, because the contents of the psalm, when we look at the contents, they point obviously to a post and after the Davidic time. So there are Davidic psalms, and there are other psalms that are in the style of David, like in that style of David, right? So Dawid kind of brought in the whole praise and worship, right? So there's the earlier psalms. We can tell this by the language. That's how we can tell, by the use of a later form of the Yehudit, that's referred to as the Hebrew, the Ivrit language. There are certain grammatical forms in the Hebrew, right, that also belong to the later stage of the linguistics of the language. So when you study the manuscripts, you see different layers of language. It's like looking at a book that's an English book, but it has earlier English, Old English. It has different forms of Old English, different forms of modern English, and then you can you see that, so you recognize, oh, this must be like a quote, an excerpt, a blast from the past, so to speak. So this has a later, like Aramaic, we could say more Aramaic influence, like after the Babylonian, captivity time, that return of the tribe of Judah. So the words right, may have been, they say lid Dawit might have been inserted due to the mention. There's a mention of Dawit, there's a mention of David in Pasuk Hey, in verse 5, right? In verse 5, Pasuk Hey. So right here, once again, Samachti be'omrim li. So omrim comes from the root word, the kal amar. Amar means to say or he said. Omer, the sayer, omrim, sayers, right? Bit omrim, when the sayers said li to me, right? Beit Yahweh, house of Jehovah, Nelek. Instead of let us go, a more better may be we will go, right? Nelek, we will go, right? Come, we will go, we will go, we will go. Nelek, right? Beit Yahuwah, Nelek. There. Let's go over here, right? So here, the bait verse, the second verse here, Liku Batalawa, a small but very powerful psalm. Our feet, talk about 10 toes down, right? Our feet are standing, right? Shall stand within thy gates. Oh, Yerushalayim. Here is speaking to Jerusalem like speaking to a woman. Like we're speaking to a woman, like a mother, right? In that sense, a woman, right? Our feet shall stand within thy gates, O Yerushalayim. Omdot hayu ragleinu. Bisharayik, Yerushalayim. Bisharayik. Bisharayik. So in saying Sha'ar is gates, be in Sha'arayik. So if it was like Sha'areka, it would be speaking to a man. Sha'arayik, speaking to a woman. So here, Omdot Hayu, standing. Omdot, standing. Hayu, they will be. Hayu, they will higher, right? Higher, he was, he be, right? Hayu, they will be. Ragle, the feet of Anu. Ragleinu. So here we have Regel. Regel is foot. Ragle, the feet of Anu. Our feet. Ragleinu. Our feet shall stand. So the root word for stand is Amad. Right? So here, Omdot, they female standing. Who's the they female standing? The they female standing is the feet. So feet, regel, right, within the Hebraic is a noun feminine. So the verb in that sense agreeing, omdot. If it's like omdin, it will be like they men or they male. Omdot, they female. Hayu, they will be, right, standing. And ragleinu, our feet, they will be standing. Be in she'arayik. She'arayik. Speaking to she, like a man. If I'm speaking to a woman, here speaking to Yerushalayim. Bisharayik, Yerushalayim. Bisharayik, within thy sha'ar. Sha'ar is gate, within thy gates, right? Thy gates, the marketplace, the public the public place, the gates, within the gates of Jerusalem. I will reach. This is like the confidence of reaching. So here, verses 2-5 is reflections. Some say reflections, right? In Jerusalem, right? Reflections, right? Expectation. I look at it more as expectation from the language, expecting, and then it's like both before and expecting. Like our feet, this is what they'll do. Our feet, like we tried it and we're like, man, it's like a way to try, but we chanting this like, yo, our feet gonna be standing there. Let's just push on. Our feet gonna be standing there. Omdot hayu ragleinu bisharayik Yerushalayim. Are standing, omdot. The verbal form is called omdot, right? The perfect of experience. It can signify Hebraically have been and still are standing, omdot. So when we say omdot hayu ragleinu, our feet shall stand. Hebraically, this is the perfect of experience. And that signifies in spirit have been, our feet have been and are still standing. Even when we come forward from this, like we still there. We still there, right there, right there, still standing. It suggests that when the pilgrims reached the city gates, they halted. After that trial, you finally reach the city gates, you halt for a moment, like, hold up, and just or bound, right? Some say spellbound, but but or bound, right? Just bound by the awe, by the sight, right, of the ancient magnificence, right? Just like a testimony here in the psalm, by the memories of those ancient glories, right? And even for us, the expectations, right, with the heart have not even imagined. Yeah. Dot hayu ragleinu bisharayik Yerushalayim. In thy gates, O Yerushalayim. Yerushalayim. Interesting. Ear, atmosphere of peace, teaching of peace. It's a teaching of peace that brings the ear, the atmosphere, the city, the consciousness of peace. Yerushalayim. Right here to the Gimel verse, the third verse, right here. Yerushalayim, Jerusalem, is builded as a city that is compact together. Notice in the Brit Hadasha, the renewed covenant, Adis Al Kidah, it says that Jerusalem from above is our mother. Jerusalem from above is our mother. Overstands us here, right? Jerusalem, Yerushalayim, she, one which is she is builded. She's built, right, as a city that is compact together. Now it's interesting that the word build is used, because build is used of Hawa, the one they call Eve, right? According to Genesis chapter 2, when it says like he made a woman, if you look at the Hebrew, he built her, right? And then also we have in the narrative, like with Rachel, she was like, she might be, and Sarah, right? When they say like they may be built up by the surrogate, right there, the sense of build, right? So Yerushalayim, she is built. Yerushalayim ha-banuya. Yerushalayim ha-banuya. Ha-banuya means that she is bana. Ha-banuya, banuya, and now it has ya at the end, but not in that sense. Understand the sense, the spirit sense. Ha-banuya means she is built. So if somebody said, well, how is she? Like, like using it in another sense. And I say ha-banuya, like she's built. She's built. Yerushalayim, ha-banuya, she's built. My Ka'ir, she's built like a city. She chubra lah yachdal. She is built as a city that is, well, here they say compact together. She's built as a city that fosters, right, companionship, that fosters the chabarim, It's like the word chabar, you see, for the chabarim. Say shalom, chabarim, shalom. Shalom, my associates. The root of chabarim is chabar. That means to unite, to join, to bind together, to be joined, to be coupled, to be in league, to like heap up, to have fellowship, fellows, chabarim, right, to be compact together. There's a alternative sense to be a charmer, because the twofold of the root is to join, to unite in one sense, the sense that we're using here, and there's the Hebrew two truths. The other sense is to tie, right? To tie, and some who tied, they tied magic charms and charms. So it's kind of an interesting sense, not to get to the full breakdown, but the main sense is to unite, to join. Some to do certain sort of magic or whatever, they would tie, they would associate things. They call sympathetic. They say sympathetic magic, right? But that's not what we're talking about in this sense. But Hebrew words, you have to know the good and the, yeah. So right here, chabarim. But this is used in this sense, like Hebron, the city of David, right? Or one of the cities, Hebron. So this is literally to join. Right, so it's saying that she is builded as a city that's like joined together. Yerushalayim habanuya ka'ir she chubra, she like that which is chubra, right? Chubra. Let's see if we could bring out the chubra. Does it have the chubra here? Right? Yeah, there we go. The chubra. The chubra is the pu'al sense. Chubra, right? To be allied, right? Chubra, she chubra la. Like there is alliance la for her. She chubra la. She's built it as a city that has an alliance for her, for herself. We are allied for our mother, our consciousness right there, the soul of Yahweh's people. Shechubra la, right? To be alive, to be united, to be joined together, right? That focal point where he said his name, Shechubra la, Yachdal. Yachdal or Yachdav, Yachdal. Yachdal come from Yachad. Yachad mean union and unitedness, right? So here, as a city that is compact together, if the pilgrimage occurred, right, the pilgrimage that no doubt gave rise to this Mizmor, right, if it occurred after the work of Nehemiah, right, had been finished and fulfilled. So this is pointing to the book of Nehemiah, right, with the walls. They had to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem, rebuild the ruined buildings being restored. The words then would convey the impression that the city now made in comparison with the former depressing appearance after they came out of the Babylonian, right, captivity. After the tribe of Yehuda came out of the Babylonian captivity and he saw everything beat down from 70 years before. But now they had built things up, things were being repaired, right? Things were moving forward, right? Through the trials and tribulation, they were overcoming and prospering and restoring their liberty, the tribe of Judah, right? It was now a completed whole. Another interpretation that some say, right, like a more satisfactory interpretation does not see in the words a description. So others would say, well, there's not really a description of the city's material condition. There's nothing about these words that's talking about the material condition, but of its really just and righteous, right? Its spiritual and also its national, its practical purpose for Yahweh's people, for Beit Israel, and for the tribe of Judah, Yehuda in particular. The verb, right, is compact together, as we mentioned, is chabar, is the word chabar, right? And chabar, right, is used of human association. Chabar is used of human association, like when we say chabarim, shalom, brothers, shalom, associates, shalom, fellows, shalom, chabarim, shalom, friends, human association. And it yields the noun, right, chabir. So like one who is one of the chabarim is a chabir. A chabir is a companion, a fellow, chabir. Now, some say this particular verse is difficult to translate, right? Because parsing the spirit sense of the Hebrew into appropriate, like English words. The phrase has the meaning, right? As a city in that companionship, right? This is Yerushalayim is a city in which companionship, the Chabruta, the Chabarim, right? Companionship together was fostered, right? It was the center. This was the center that held the scattered tribes, not just the tribe of Yehuda, of Judah that had returned out of the Babylonian captivity, but even the other tribes of Israel. It's the city that held the scattered tribes together as a coherent body, kept it a focal point, like an anchor. So Yerushalayim, under the tribe of Judah, became that anchor from the time after the Babylonian captivity to the time of Moshiach, Yeshua HaNo. All right, just want to bring that out. So this verse here again, Yerushalayim, Ha-Benuya, Ka'ir Shechubrala, Yahdal. Here, to the Dalet, to the fourth verse. Let's keep it pushing right here. So remember, just keep the context. So from that verse, a city in which companionship together is fostered, whither, where the tribes, check it, the tribes go up, the tribes Allah, Aliyah, the tribes ascend, the tribes make pilgrimage, right? The tribes of Yahweh, the tribes of Jehovah, right? To the testimony of Yisrael, to the testimony of Israel, to do what? To give thanks. Yangfu is to the name, to the Hashem, Hakadosh, the Holy One, Baruch Hu, blessed be He, Baruch Hashem, to give thanks to the name, the Hashem of Yahweh. So here, let's bring this out in the Ivrit, right here. Shesham, She, right? She is Aramaic influence from Asher. The oldest Asher. So if this was Davidic, it wouldn't say Shesham. it would say Asher Sham, Asher Sham Alu, right? But because this is from the post-exilic times after the Babylonian and some of the influence of the Aramaic, it is kind of from Asher to Sheh. So it says Shesham, right? Shesham Alu, right? Where there, like almost like where there, that which there, right? So it's saying that Jerusalem, that is built, right, is that like a city where companionship is fostered, Shesham Alu, and it's where. Here we go, right here. It's thither. Actually, it says whither, but more it should be thither. Thither is like there, right? Shesham is there. Alu, ascending is there. Shesham is there, right? Is there that the tribes, right? Shesham, Alu. Oh, let's bring out the Alu from the Allah. Allah mean he went up. Allah, he went up. He ascended. He climbed. He ascended. He went up, right? Alu, they went up, right? So what it says here, it says Shesham, Alu, Shivatim, Shesham Alu Shabbatim. Shesham is thither, is there, right? Is there. Shesham Alu ascending. Shabbatim, the Shevets, all the Shebets. Shabbatim, all the Shebets. What's the Shebet? It's the rod, the staff, but this is the reference is both a rod in one sense, a staff, a Shebet. Some say Shevet, right? Shebet, right? A staff, right? A club, right? But in this sense, right here, is speaking about the tribes, the clans. It's like the 12 tribes. We're the 12 tribes, right? Shesham, Alu, Shabbatim, right? It's there that the tribes went up, they ascended, right? There the tribes ascended, right? Shesham, Alu, Shabbatim, Shibtei, the tribes of. So we have Shabbatim, tribes, and we have Shibtei, the tribes of. Shibtei Yah, the tribes of Yah. Here we have Jah, right? The English Jah, right? But here the Hebrew Yah. Shibtei Yah. Shibtei Yah. Shibtei Yah. So you see right here where it says the tribes of the Lord. It's not the tribes of Yahweh. In the text, it's the tribes of Yah. It's the tribes of Jah, right? The tribes of Yah. See, we wouldn't be able to see that just from the English there. They didn't do like they did in Psalm 68, verse 4. They wasn't consistent, right? It was inconsistent. But here being consistent is there, right? Yerushalayim, Habanuya, right? Is there that the tribes go up. Shesham, Alu, Shabbatim, Shibtei Yah, the tribes of Yah, to the testimony to do what? To testify. I got to testify. Edut Yisrael, the Edut to the testimony to the Edut. Here we go. The Edut to the Edut Yisrael. Edut Yisrael to the testimony of, for, of, Yisrael, Yisrael. Edut Yisrael to the testimony of Israel to do what? Right? To give thanks. Lehodot to the thanksgiving. Lehodot to the thanks, to handing it to him, to hand it to him, to give thanks and praise. Lehodot lishem Yahweh, to give thanks to the Shem, to the name, to the Hashem, to give thanks to the Shem, to the name, to give thanks to the reputation, to fame, the glory, the Hashem, the name, to the designation, right? The memorial. You know, when it says that his name is a memorial, right? Even his name is a memory, right there. To give thanks to the name of Yahweh. So in this verse, we have Yah, right? Special verse here, right? We have Yah, and then we also have Yahweh, the full of full, Yahweh. We say Yahweh, others say what they say, but say Yahweh. Shesham Alu Shabbatim, Shibtei Yah, Edut Yisrael, Lihodot, Lishem Yahweh, to the thanks and praise, the thank. So this is from the Yada, Lihodot, right? The whole field sense doesn't have it here, but to the praise, right? Lihodot, like the praising, the confessing, right? Both in the sense of giving thanks and praise and also confessing the name, but in the using of the hands, right? In the using of the hand, lehodot, the using of the hand, to use the hand, right? Especially to revere or worship with extended hands, right? In the praise, right? So right here, this verse here, full. Shesham alu Shabbatim, Shibte Yah, Edut le Yisrael, Lihodot L'Shem Yahweh. Here, where the tribes go up. Shesham alu Shabbatim, where the tribes go up. The city, Yerushalayim, recalled the glories of the past when the tribes of Israel came in their crowds on the three festivals, the three times in the year, the Shalosh Aregalim, right, in obedience to the ancient, obedience to the Torah and the ancient Edut. Edut. What is the ancient Edut? Right? That's the testimony. So when we go, right, and be a witness during the feast, the festivals, the appointments, even the Shabbat, it's a witness. Can I get a witness? It's the witness, it's the testimony, it's the evidence of things. And it's the witness of I, Yah people. I, Yah people. So right here, the testimony. So what was the testimony? The testimony was in Exodus chapter 23 and 17. Exodus chapter 23 and 17. Exodus chapter 23 and 17. What does it say? Chabarim. It says 3 times. There we go. 3 times. You see it? 3 times. 3 times in the year for all thy males. Right? 3 times in the year all thy males shall appear before Ha'adon Yahweh. Right here. Let's bring it out. We're gonna go down to the Tanakh right here. Here it says Shalosh Pe'amin 3 times. Bashana in the Shana. Shalosha Pe'amin Bashana. Yera'eh, to appear. Call Zikorka, all of your Zikorka, all of your Zakor is all of your males. Zikorka, right? All the Zikorka, all of the males, right? Shalosh Pa'amim Bashana. Yera'eh, call Zikorka, Il Pnei Ha'adon Yahuwah, to appear before the face in the presence of Ha'adon, before the presence of the sovereign, the Lord, Master, right? Lord, Master, Sovereign, Supreme, Ha'adon, the Master, the Boss, the Sovereign, Il Pnei Ha'adon, the Sovereign Yahuwah, He who be, who He be. So this verse here is a witness here 3 times, Shalosh Pa'amim, Bashana, Yera'eh, call Zikorka, Il Pnei Ha'adon, Yahuwah. And we also have right here, just one more, 2 or 3, right, witnesses, right, word established, 16:16, where we go, 16:16, right, 16:16. The other one right there was 23:17. This is 16:16. 16:16. What a year. All right. Anyway, 16. It says 3 times in the year shall all thy males appear lifnei before the presence of Yahweh, He who be, Eloheka, the I, Creator, Almighty Power, Judge, right? In the place, in the makom that He shall choose. When? In the feast of unleavened bread, aka Passover, and in the feast of weeks, aka Pentecost or Shavuot, right? Harvest, feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles, Chag HaSukkot, feast of ingathering, at the end of the year, 3 times in the year. And they shall not appear, show up, Lifnei Yahweh empty. None to show up Raka, or Rekam. No, Yeshua said, don't call your brother Raka. Don't call him Raka, Rekam. Empty. Don't appear empty, in an empty condition. We're supposed to bring forth the appropriate offering, right? Don't be empty, right? Don't call your brother empty-headed fool. You know, that's what Yeshua, he built on this idea Hebraically here, right? So we talk about the Raka, right? Reka. Here it says, Shalosh Pamim Bashana Yera'eh, calls the Korkai La Pineya Yahweh Loheka Bamakom Asher Yibachara Bechaga HaMatzot, in the feast of the Matzot, of the unleavened bread, Bechaga HaMatzot, Bechaga HaShabuot, and the feast of the Shabuas, the feast of weeks, right? Counting the 7 Sabbaths complete, and 7 times 7, 49, and tomorrow, the first day of the Shavua, the 50th day. Ua Bechaga HaSukkot, and in the feast of booths, of huts, of tabernacles, with lo Yeraeh, and not to appear Eta Pnei Yahweh Rekam, and not to appear before the face, the presence of he who he be, Rekam. That means that Yahweh has given us the land. He blesses us. We're reaping the harvest and the fruit, right? And that means have your offering, the tithes that you will put up in the appropriate season, reason for the season. So these right here, right, to back up the time. So connected with whither, where, or thither, there, the tribes go up, right? The tribes of Yah. Remember, this is the tribes, none of Yahweh here. This verse has Yah and Yahweh. Let's mark that here. This is a good example. Look at the English, we see the two Gentile counterfeit Christian tetragrammaton. The counterfeit Christian tetragrammaton. I got to do something on that. The counterfeit Christian tetragrammaton, LORD. It's 4 letters, but it's not Yahweh. But here it's actually Yah, the 2 letters. Yah, Yod, Hey, right? And here's Yod, Hey, Wah, right? Yahweh. So full of the verse right here. Shesham alu Shabbatim. Shivte Yah. Edut Yisrael, Lihodot Lishem Yahweh. Here, the 5th verse here, right? Reflections in Jerusalem. Reflections in Jerusalem. Reflections. Here it says, for there are set, there where, Jerusalem, for there are set thrones of judgment. Judgment, right? The thrones of the Beit Dawid, thrones of the house of David. Here we go. The greatest son right here. Right? What does this man? She says, what's that word right there? Do we have that? Do we have that up here? We should have that. If we don't have that, that'll be really something else. But we'll keep it pushing right here. Right? Oh, there we go. We got it. Just to share the David vibes right here. Here we go. David, my
But it's true.
Here we go.
And David, my servant, shall be king over them. They all shall have one shepherd.
It is good that you are here to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath.
And David, my servant, shall be king over them. And they all shall have one shepherd. They shall also walk in my judgments and observe my statutes and do them. And they shall dwell in the land that I have given unto Jacob my servant, wherein your fathers have dwelt. And they shall dwell therein, even they and their children, and their children's children, forever. And my servant David shall be their prince forever. Moreover, I will make a covenant of peace with them. It shall be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will place them and multiply them, and will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forevermore. My tabernacle also shall be with them. Yea, I will be their God, and they shall be my people. And the heathen shall know that I, the Lord, do sanctify Israel, when my sanctuary shall be in the midst of them forevermore. Evermore. Evermore.
Know ye not that your bodies are the temple, may he dwell in the midst. So right here to this verse right here. So here's the 5th verse right here in the Pilgrim's Joy chant, Psalm 122 right here. Ki Shama Yashbua Kisota Le Mishpat. Kisota Lebeit Dawid. The Kisot, the thrones. It says Ki Shama, for Shama, for there. Right? You know, it says Shesham, right? There, For Shama, like it's only like pointing like to say like over there, right? Shama. So Shama is thither, but Shama is like thereward. So it's almost like saying somebody's like pointing like where is it? Like over there, right? Key, not we're like thither, just there, but it's like in that direction. Ki Shama Yashbu, for there are set, for there actually Yashab. So here with Wayyesheb, and he sat, Jacob, he dwelt in the land, Yashab. There are set in this sense right here. Yashbu is like to set something. So literally it's to sit, but then depends on the vocalization, depends on the dictate, the grammar, right? It's like to set, to be set, right? There are set, there's sit and there are set. Kishama Yashbu, Kisot, Kisot, the Kisot. What are the Kisot? Right? Kisei is singular. Kisei is like one throne, but it's like a canopy throne. I mentioned this before, and it's interesting. According to the royal order of the Israelites to Ethiopia, even looking at His Majesty and other thrones, it's that canopy. You see what it says right here? It's not just a chair, but it's a type of a throne, right? And you see this kind of unique kind of design, in a sense, like a canopy throne. It's almost like a sukkah. Right, if you look at it in the pictures of His Majesty, the elect, anointed, the elect of Yahweh, right? You'll see there's a canopy throne, right? And then it has a seat there, but it almost has like it's like a low booth, right? This is you could say the ancient Hebraic context. That's why it's testified they are, right? Even in Ethiopia. You're not as children of Ethiopia and the meal, children of Israel. But here, let's get the verse. Ishama Yashbu Kisot Le Mishpat. Le for mishpat, right? Thrones for or of mishpat, of justice, of judgment, right? The act of deciding a case, the court, right? Sentence, execution, time, everything with judgment, right? The sense of mishpat, the verdict, whether the verdict is favorable or unfavorable. Pronounce, word, sound, power, pronounce, judicially, pronounced by the Lion of the tribe of Judah.
Lion of Judah. Society.
Especially a sentence, right, or formal decree, also referring to divine law, to Torah, including the act, the place, the suit, the crime, the penalty, abstractly justice. But here, it's the thrones of judgment. You see the judgment theme. It says the mouth of the righteous speaks of judgment, right? And Matthew want to plead the cause of justice, of judgment. For there are set thrones of judgment. The thrones of who? The thrones of the house, right? The thrones of the house of great King David, right? Now, there's a point that we want to touch on, pray the eye. In that last verse, just about the tribes, just a little more on the tribes, right? The tribes of Yah, not the tribes of Israel. You notice in the previous verse, right? Let's wheel it. Let's kind of rewind it. You got the wheel it? Yeah. Let's wheel it. Okay, so here where it says Shesham Alu Shavatim Shivtei Yah, the tribes of Shivtei Yah. So we touched on the Yah, but then bring out the fuller reasonment right here. The fuller reasonment here is it doesn't say the tribes of Israel. Why doesn't it say the tribes of Israel? Why does it say the tribes of Yah? Shivtei Yah, the Shebets of Yah, the Shivtei Yah. Because after the schism, the Ism schism, right? On the death of Shlomo HaMelech, on the death of King Solomon. That's why we say in the Kever Neges, David had a son named Solomon. Solomon had a son named David, right? But there was a schism, right? In old Israel, because after the schism, on the death of Solomon, right, the northern tribes ceased. The northern tribes, the 10 tribes, the northern tribes, they ceased to worship in Yerushalayim. They say don't burn the fire, right? Or kindle a fire in the Shabbat. But that deserves a fire right there. But that's just the history right there. The northern tribes, after the death of King Solomon, David had a son named Solomon. Solomon had a son named David, who renewed the kingdom of David in the tops of the mountains, Ethiopia. Check. But back in old Israel, the northern tribes ceased to worship in Jerusalem. in Jerusalem. We have this in 1 Kings chapter 12. If you want citation, 1 Kings chapter 12, verse 25. So the psalmist's mind here goes back to an earlier period, a more ancient time, right? It's like hearkening to the ancient worship, of the people in the ancient time when there was that simplicity and integrity of faith, right? The earlier time when all the 12 tribes, right, acknowledging Yahweh Eloheinu, assembled there, right, on the feast, at the feasts and the festivals. So I want to bring that out because, yes, it says tribes of Yah, tribes of Jah, right? In the English, tribes of Rastafari right here, the Rastafarites, right here. So notice it says Yah, it says Jah, right? This is important to understand that we have to ask the question, why don't say the tribes of Israel? Right? And why didn't it say the tribes of Yahweh? It says the tribes of Yah, because Yah is the savior name of Yisrael, and it first occurs in Psalm 15, right? In Psalm 15, Song of the Sea. Now, with that being touched on, let's seal up this section here, reflections in Jerusalem. Let's reflect, right? So there are seats, there's judgment, right? So the thrones of judgment, right? The thrones of judgment, Kisot, Lemishpat, the Kisot, the thrones of judgment. We have this also in Psalm 9, Hebraically around verse 5 and 8, where the reference there is a reference to Elohim, to the judge, the almighty powers, his seat of judgment in Psalm 9, Hebraically verse 5 and 8. To the pilgrim, to the pilgrim, to the pilgrim, not only are right the really just scenes of bygone age in these places where ones were practicing and seeking to fulfill righteousness, right? Really just scenes of bygone days brought to mind. However, likewise, the time when Jerusalem was the home of the monarchy, was the home of the Davidic monarchy, right? To those times when the Davidic monarchy was there, the Davidic monarchy moved elsewhere. But when the Davidic monarchy was there, right? And the kings of the Davidic dynasty exercised regal, anointed, and regal functions there. When they were able to function within that messiahship, such as David, right? And to an extent, we can say Solomon, but better was the earlier than the latter. Check. But here we have this verse right here. So the Davidic connection, David mentioned in this psalm. That's why when it says Lid Dawid in the earlier part, some omit that, right? Some versions omit that right there because in the study of it, it's known that this psalm is in the style of David and it recalls David. It's built on his style as a sweet singer of Yisrael, but it's not that psalm because it has mention of him. But be it as it may, Ki Shama Yashbu, Kisot Lemishpat. Kisot, so these thrones of judgment are the Kisot Lebait. Notice it didn't say Kisot Ledawit, right? But it says Kisot, right? Lebait, right? Lebait Dawit, right? The thrones of the house, the bait, the house of David. So when it says the house of David, this points to, we can say the monarchy, right? The monarchy, the house of David, and that word of prophecy. This is why the Zion, true Zion, not the ism or schism, but the true Zion understanding is important with the Davidic monarchy, the Ark of the Covenant, and these are the telltale signs of the Israelites of Ethiopia right there. That historical and factual witness. But here to the latter part of this psalm right here, verses 6 to 9 for the close out, we have the Vav verse right here. This section is prayer for Jerusalem, for Jerusalem's welfare, right? So the opening part, the reflections, reflecting, right, on the reason. We say like the reason for the season, right? So here, and picking up, the pilgrimage, the pilgrim trod, pray for the peace of Jerusalem. It's interesting, Kalalabella, right there in the mountains, right, round about, you know what I mean, in Ethiopia, the new Jerusalem. For it says, pray for the peace of Jerusalem. They shall prosper that love thee. They shall do what? They shall prosper. That love thee. So no need to even curse. Right? Just the ones who love you gonna prosper. The others, well, right? It says Shalu, Shalu Shalom Yerushalayim. Shalu Shalom Yerushalayim Yishlayu. Yishlayu or Habayik. It's kind of a little rhyme here in the Hebrew. Shalu Shalom Yerushalayim Yishalu or Habayik. Right? Pray for the peace. Shalu. Sha'al. Sha'al is not so much pray, but it's like to ask. Shalu, right? Right? So right here, what does it say? Sha'alu. Like it's like saying like all of y'all to ask, right? Beseech, ask, right? Sha'alu, petition. Make our prayers and our petition more. It's like the petition, right? Sha'alu, ask, petition. Sha'alu shalom. Even in the Torah portion, the ninth sabbatical study, what was Judah, Yehuda's son name? Shelah. Shelah is a request. So Sha'alu, like you say, Sha'alu Shelah, right? Request the petition. Ask the ask, right? Sha'alu Shelah. But here is Sha'alu, ask, right? Sha'alu Shalom. Ask peace. Ask for shalom. Shalom in the full Hebraic sense for completeness, soundness, healthiness, right? Prosperity, peace, quiet, tranquility, contentment, friendship, right? Human relationships, right? Friendship with God, right? On good terms with God and man, the true cross, the finding of the true cross, right there. Shalom. Pray for the shalom of Yerushalayim, right? Yishlayu. Now, Yishlayu is from Shalah. So it might sound like the same word, but the pointing gives us the context, right? So here, to be at rest, to prosper, right? To be at rest, right? To prosper. Like to calm down, just be at rest. Let it flow. Let the spirit flow, right? To be tranquil, to be secure, therefore to be successful, right? So here it says, Shalu, Shalom, Yerushalayim, Yishlayu. They shall prosper, Yishlayu. They shall be quiet, they should be tranquil. O Habayik, who love thee. So here it's still speaking to Jerusalem, like speaking to a woman, or Habayik, right? Those who love you, or Habayik, Yishlayu, or Habayik. May they prosper, may they be content, tranquil, right? Secure, may they be secure, right? Those who love, right? Those who love you, right here, those that love thee. On the podcast, check out some ones and ones afterward, but I want to give you the fullness here. From dwelling upon the happy past, the pilgrim's thoughts naturally turn to the present and future. And here there's a prayer, there's a petition, there's an ask for its prosperity, for the well-being, right? Inviting others to join in the prayer, inviting others to join in the petition. Like if more of us ask for the same good, right here. So there's a wordplay, right, in the Hebrew here that cannot be so much reproduced exactly in translation. And we brought it out already once again. Sha'alu Shalom Yerushalayim. Yishlayu O Habayik. Shalu Shalom Yerushalayim. Yishlayu O Habayik. There's a little play right there, right? And the peace, shalom, the condition of wholeness, in that nothing desirable or good is lacking, right? Yerushalayim, the teaching of peace, the air, the atmosphere of peace, right? Our mother, Jerusalem from above, the soul of Yah people, Yerushalayim, right? The latter half of the word shalayim, right, is connected with shalom. Shalom in a singular sense, shalom. Shalayim is a twofold sense. Peace with Yahweh Eloheinu and peace with our fellow man. It's like that finding of the true cross, right? The relationship wise, right? Peace with God, peace with man. Yishlayu, may they prosper. Yishlayu, may they prosper, may they shalah, right? He invokes, and here we invoke a baraka upon Sion, upon Zion, even the African Zion, Zion's well wishers, right? A Baraka, Zion, the seat of the Davidic monarchy, the seat of the Ark of the Covenant, on all of Zion's well wishers, right? Everyone who, bless those who bless. You know what I'm saying? Right? Just as we have in Psalm 129, roughly around verse 5, the psalmist and I here, we hopes, right? Hopes that her haters in Psalm 129, verse 5, right? 129, verse 5. Let's get the verse for you so you can hear it for yourself. Make they be ashamed and turn back, all they that hate Zion. So over there, Zion, the word there is that all the haters be ashamed and turn backward, right? And turn backward. But here, right? Shalom, right? Petition for shalom, for well-being of Yerushalayim, of the teaching of shalom, of teaching of peace with God, with man, right? The twofold peace as one, the finding of the true cross, Yerushalayim. Shalom, Yerushalayim. Yishlayu o Habayik. Yishlayu o Habayik. Right? May those, as we say, may all of those, right, who love you prosper. Right? All those who love. Ahab, to love. Habai, though the lovers of you, speaking to she. Habayik. All those who love you, O Habayik. Yishlayu, O Habayik. All those who love you. Here to the seventh verse, Zain, 7th verse right here. Continuing here with the prayer, the petition, right? The parting petition. Like after the feast, the festival, we're about to go home. This is the parting petition, right? This is the petition, the prayer, the ask for Jerusalem, for our mother's welfare, for our mother's good, especially Jerusalem from above, right? But also Jerusalem was symbolized like the soul, right? Symbolically of Yah's people, like Zion. But Zion specifically, the Davidic monarchy and the Ark of the Covenant. Who got that? Right? Are you not as the children of Ethiopians unto me? There. So we have here peace, shalom be within thy walls, prosperity within thy palaces. Here. Yehi shalom, let it be peace. Let it be peace. Yehi shalom. Yehi shalom. Be chelek. Be chelek. Now this word is interesting. Be chelek. Chelek, chel. Here's chel, like with chayil. Chayil mean power. Chel from chayil, like we say Haile Selassie. We have chel, right? Chel right here. Now let's go to this to prove our point. Chayil. You see it right there? Well, there we go. Chayil, strength, might, efficiency, the might and power. Hashalush, hakadosh. There we go, right here. Hashalush, hakadosh. Yehi shalom bechelek. Peace be within your walls. That's one bringing out of it. It could also be brought out as peace be in your power, your strong place, right? Your strength. Yehi shalom bechelek. Peace be within thy walls. Shalwa, prosperity, shalwa, be'armenotayik, in your armenot, in all your armenot. What's your armenot? All of your armons. Armon, singular, armenot, right? All your citadels, all your palaces. This is also speaking to she, right? Armenotaic, in all your elevated places. Because we get to the Harmon, the fortress, the high fortress, right? Armenotaic, in all your palaces, your citadels, right? Shalwa, or some might say shalva, be armenotaic, shalva be armenotaic, right? Here we have shalwa. There you have shalva here, but the ancient point is shalwa, quietness, shalwa, ease, shalwa, prosperity, shalwa, right? Security, right? From shalah. Now, you remember the pun in the last verse, the previous verse, where it had said the little rhyme, Shalu, Shalom, Yerushalayim, Yishlayu, O Habayik, right? Petition for the peace of Jerusalem. May they prosper. Yishlayu. Yishlayu is from this word right here. May they prosper. May they be at rest. May they prosper, right? Then may they be quiet. So here we have shalwa, shalwa, the prosperity, the peace, be'ar minotayik, be in all your palaces. So we have the walls, the strong places, chelek, right? Right? Chelek, right? The chel. And remember the word chel, fortress wall, right? Is from chayil, power, strength, the might, chayil, right? And all your strong places. So what do we have here? The walls and the palaces. These are the same words that we have in Psalm 48, the evening psalm for the second day, the Monday, Yom HaSheni, Hebraically, verse 14, right? Count, the palaces and of Jerusalem, like when somebody go on tour, observing all the historical spots, so to speak. So here, Yehi Shalom Bechelek, Shalwa Be'armanotayik. Here, to the eighth verse right here, the chet verse right here. Why all this petitioning? For my brethren and companions' sake, I will now say shalom within thee. Shalom within thee. This is still speaking to she, right? To Jerusalem, to our mother from above, our soul consciousness as a people, our center. Lima'an achai. Lima'an, for the sake, on the account of lima'an, achai, ach, brother, achai, my brethren, achai, lima'an, achai, we re'ai, achai, we re'ai, my brethren and my reya, my friends, my companion, right? So, for on account of, because of lima'an, achai, because of my ach, my brothers, my achim, my brothers, right, of the same parents or just the brothers, right, in the way, right, achai, with re'ai, and my reyas, re'ai, my reyas, my companions. Adabrana. We say abracadabra. They say cadabra. As I speak, I create as I speak, right? Lima'ana chai where I. Adabra na. Let me say now. Adabra. Let me say. Let me speak. Let me say. Let me speak now. Adabra. Abracadabra. Adabara na, come on now. Let me say, let me speak. Adabara na, shalom, bak. Let me say, let me speak peace, shalom, bak, in thee. This here is speaking to Jerusalem. It's like speaking to a woman, but speaking to she. Right? Remember, it says Jerusalem from above, our mother. So this verse here, lima'an achai wira'ai. Adabara na, shalom, bak. Adabara na shalom bak. Right? I will now say. It has a sense of let me now say. Come on, let me say. Like I will say now. Adabara na. I will say now. Shalom bak. Peace be within thee. Speaking to she. So my brethren, achai, and my companions, re'ai, right? Achai, where re'ai, my brethren and companions, for their sake, lima'an, for their sake, who are residents in Jerusalem. I gotta go. Right? They're gonna be still here. I just came. I'm visiting. I'm checking in. The pilgrim time, the going up time. I'm checking in Jerusalem. But for their sake, I gotta go. I just want all to be peace here. You know what I mean? This is our center. This is where we worship Yahweh Eloheinu. This is the context here, right? So for my brethren, right, lima'an nachai where I, for my brethren and companions' sake, those who are residents in Jerusalem in the holy city, and whose personal baraka, their personal fortune and goodness and prosperity and blessedness, right, are bound up with the prosperity of the city, even the holy city, right? This is what this verse, the petition here. Adabara, adabara. Let me say na, adabara na. Let me bring out the na right here. So we have adabara, right? And we have the na. The na is like I pray the I. Na, like You say adabra, I will speak now. Let me speak now, right? But if you say like adabra, nah, come on, let me say. Come on, let me. Adabra, nah, please let me say. Adabra, nah, shalom, bak. Let me say peace. Let me speak peace into the city. You know, the abra, I create. Kadabra, as I speak. Adabra, nah, let me say. Let me create this peace as I speak. Adabra, nah, shalom, bak. Right? Peace be within thee. Let me now speak peace, shalom, bak, in thee, speaking to she, right? Speaking to the soul, to the psyche. Pray for the city's welfare. Pray for the city's shalom. Lima'an, achai, where I. Adabara na shalom bak. Here. Let's bring it here to the concluding verse, the eighth verse. 9 verses here, Mizmor Kof Kaf Bait. Because all of this ask. All this ask. Why? Well, because. But actually, the word because is not. See, in the previous verse, it said lima'an. Over here in the Hebrew, it says lima'an. I didn't break it down in the previous verse, but when it says for the sake of, li for ma'an, lima'an, achai, where ra'ai. Well, here we have another lima'an bait Yahuwah. So there's a certain rhyme here. When it says lima'an, it's like it says for the purpose, the intent, lima'an, for the sake of, like lima'an, in view of, on account of, for the purpose of, to the intent that, in order to, right? So in the sense of lima'an, achai, where ra'ai, for the sake of, right? My brothers, my brethren, and my companions, right? I am speaking peace into the city, right? And that is that peace that I am speaking. May peace be within the city, because if it's not, they live here, and this is a place special to I in the covenant. This is the sense of it. Then it goes to the next verse, the last verse here. It repeats the same sense. So it's like, for the sake of my brethren and companion, and for the sake of the house of Yahweh, for the sake of the house of Jehovah. Here we go, right here. Let's bring it out right here. It says because. So because is the wrong. It shouldn't really be because. They should have kept it consistent, right? When it says for the sake of in the previous verse, it's the same force here. So there, previous verse, lima'an, achai werai. This verse, lima'an, beit Yahweh, Eloheinu, for the sake of the house of Yahweh, of he who be, Elohe, the Elohim of Anu, Eloheinu, the Elohim of I and I, our Elohim, our creator, our judge, our almighty power. Lima'an beit Yahweh Eloheinu. So you see the God and man, when I talk about Yerushalayim, peace with God, peace with man. In the 8th verse, it's lima'an, for the sake of, right? Brethren and companion. Here in the 9th verse is lima'an, right? For the sake of the house of Yahweh, like the temple, right? The holy courts, right? Lima'an beit Yahweh Eloheinu. That's why when you understand this, you recognize how significant it was what Robbeinu, our rabbi, Rabbi Yeshua Hanotri, what he said when he talked about the stone upon stone and being torn down and everything. They were like, what? They was like, but it was 40 something years in building this. You know what I'm saying? Boom. But then, of course, Moshiach, by the will of Elohim Ha'ab, took it to a higher level. Know ye not that your body is the temple? Right? But here, because of the house of Yahweh Eloheinu, I will seek thy good. I will seek thy good. Abakshah, Oblak, Avakasha. I will seek. Right? I will seek. Bakash, Abakasha. So Abakasha is similar in its construction as Adabara. Right? Adabra is not just speak, but someone has a sense of let me speak. I will now speak. And Avakasha is like I will now seek. So I will speak. Previous verse, I will seek here. So I will speak, right? Adabra na shalom bak. And here, Avakasha, I will seek. Tob. I will seek, right? I will seek tob, good, right? That which is good, pleasant, agreeable, which is pleasant to the higher nature, the excellent, the best. I'm going to seek the best for you, that which is better for you, that which is prosperous for you, that which is good, right? Tob lak, for you. And see, the lak here is, in this psalm here, it's like speaking to Jerusalem. It's like speaking to Jerusalem. It's almost like when we welcome the Sabbath in a sense. So I show like even in the pilgrimage, right? Yes, it was going to the city, but there was a consciousness. So in the metaphysics, the city on the high level is the consciousness. So like in Jerusalem, we like the city, the consciousness of Yah people. Right? So right here to conclude Psalm right here, full of the verse, Lima'an Beit Yahweh Eloheinu, Avakisha Tov Lak. Let me seek. So let me speak. Adabarana Avakisha, right? Let me seek. Oh, that which is beneficial, Lak, that which is beneficial for you, for the sake of the house of Yahweh Eloheinu. So for the sake of my brothers and companions, and for the sake of the house of Yahweh, our Elohim, Avakisha Tov Lak. So what do we have here? The house, right? Yah house in the middle, right? In the center, right? The middle of the street is like our heart. You know, the middle of the street is the heart. You know, 3 branches on this side, 3 branches on that side. So the final thought here, Bayit, right? The Bayit, Lima'an Bayit Yahweh Eloheinu. Final thoughts here. The pilgrim's final thoughts is for the stability of the Heikal. It's for the stability of the temple, right? The stability of the temple, right? That gives Yerushalayim, right? Its distinctive and sacred and holy and set apart character. Speaking to she, I will seek Avaksha, Abakasha, Abakasha, Abakasha. I will seek, right? Tov Lak, the good for you, right? Let me seek, right? Sense is like, let me seek in prayer. So even while trotting forward from here, that I will still be petitioning and praying for the good for Jerusalem, for my brethren and companions' sake, right? But also for the temple's sake, you know, like the church and the state, like the sanctuary and the kingdom's sake. So here, for a fuller fullness right here, today's daily Psalm 122, Shabbat Shalom, Sembet
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Umeborak, Shabbat Shalom, and peace, well-being, Umeborak, and empowerment to prosper. So right here, let's bring this out right here. I think we have a 3-in-1. Do we have a 3-in-1 right here? Yeah, let's share the 3-in-1 right here. Today's daily Psalm, here, Yeshua Shalom, y'all.
Lion of Judah.
מזמור קכ"ב, שיר המעלות לדוד. שמחתי באומרים לי, בית אדוני נלך. עומדות היו רגלינו בשערייך ירושלים. ירושלים הבנויה כעיר שחוברה לה יחדיו. ששם עלו שבטי יה עדות לישראל, להודות לשם אדוני. כי שמה ישבו כסאות למשפט, כסאות לבית דוד. שאלו שלום ירושלים, ישליו אוהבייך. יהי שלום בחילך, שלווה בארמנותייך. למען אחי ורעי, אדברנה שלום בך. למען בית אדוני אלוהינו, אבקשה טוב לך. מזמור קכ"ב, שיר המעלות לדוד.
Psalm 122. I was glad when they said unto me, let us go into the house of the Lord. Our feet shall stand within thy gates, O Jerusalem. Jerusalem is builded as a city that is compact together, whither the tribes go up, the tribes of the Lord, unto the testimony of Israel, to give thanks unto the name of the Lord. For there are set thrones of judgment, the thrones of the house of David. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. They shall prosper that love thee. Peace be within thy walls and prosperity within thy palaces. For my brethren and companions' sakes, I will now say, peace be within thee. Because of the house of the Lord our God, I will seek thy good.
Mizmor Kof Kaf Beit, Mizmor Kof Kaf Beit, Shir Ha'ma'ilot LeDavid. Samachti ve'omrim li, Beit Yahuwah Nelek, Omdot hayu ragleinu, B'yesharayik Yerushalayim, Yerushalayim habenuya, K'ira shechubra la yachda. Shesham alu ashvatim, Shivteya eduta leYisrael, Lithodota l'Shem Yahuwah, Ki shama Yashvua kisota leMishpat, Kisot leveit David, Shalu Shalom Yerushalayim, Yishlayu ohevayik. Yehi shalom bechelek, shalva be'armonotayek lema'an achaya ve'ra'aya. Edaberana shalom bak lema'an beit Yahuwah Eloheinu. Evakesha tov lak.
Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah. Just one more on the outro right here for the record right here. Here's the Royal Amharic from the Majesty Bible, authorized, revised right here. Metzaf Kedush Shema Yisrael.
Lion of Judah Society.
መዝሙር 121 በቅንፍ 122 የዳዊት የማዕረግ መዝሙር። ወደ እግዚአብሔር ቤት እንሂድ ባሉኝ ጊዜ ደስ አለኝ። ኢየሩሳሌም ሆይ እግሮቻችን በአደባባይሽ ቆሙ። ኢየሩሳሌምስ እርስ በርሷ እንደ ተገጠገጠች ከተማ ተሰርታለች። የእግዚአብሔርን ስም ያመሰግኑ ዘንድ ለእስራኤል ምስክር ሊሆኑ የእግዚአብሔር ነገዶች ወደዚያ ይወጣሉ። ዙፋኖች በዚያ ለፍርድ ተቀምጠዋልና የዳዊት ቤት ዙፋኖች። ለኢየሩሳሌም ሰላምን ለምኑ፣ አንተንም ለሚወዱ ልማት ይሁን። በኃይልህ ሰላም፣ በጌጠኛ ቤትህም ልማት ይሁን። ስለ ወንድሞቼ ስለ ባልንጀሮቼም በውስጥሽ ሰላም ይሁን አልሁ። ስለ አምላካችን ስለ እግዚአብሔር ቤት ላንቺ መልካምነትሽን ፈለግሁ።
Psalm 122. I was glad when they said unto me, let us go into the house of the Lord. Our feet shall stand within thy gates, O Jerusalem. Jerusalem is builded as a city that is compact together, whither the tribes go up, the tribes of the Lord, unto the testimony of Israel, to give thanks unto the name of the Lord. For there are set thrones of judgment, the thrones of the house of David. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. They shall prosper that love thee. Peace be within thy walls, and prosperity within thy palaces. For my brethren and companions' sakes, I will now say, peace be within thee. Because of the house of the Lord our God, I will seek thy good.
መዝሙር 121 በቅንፍ 122 የዳዊት የማዕረግ መዝሙር። ወደ እግዚአብሔር ቤት እንሂድ ባሉኝ ጊዜ ደስ አለኝ። ኢየሩሳሌም ሆይ
እግሮቻችን በአደባባይሽ ቆሙ። ኢየሩሳሌምስ እርስ በርሷ እንደ ተገጠገጠች ከተማ ተሰርታለች። የእግዚአብሔርን ስም ያመሰግኑ ዘንድ ለእስራኤል ምስክር ሊሆኑ የእግዚአብሔር ነገዶች ወደዚያ ይወጣሉ። ዙፋኖች በዚያ ለፍርድ ተቀምጠዋልና የዳዊት ቤት ዙፋኖች። ለኢየሩሳሌም ሰላምን ለምኑ፣ አንተንም ለሚወዱ ልማት ይሁን። በኃይልህ ሰላም፣ በጌጠኛ ቤትህም ልማት ይሁን። ስለ ወንድሞቼ ስለ ባልንጀሮቼም በውስጥሽ ሰላም ይሁን አልሁ። ስለ አምላካችን ስለ እግዚአብሔር ቤት ላንቺ መልካምነትሽን ፈለጉ።
Yes, yes, yes. Shabbat shalom, sembet salam. Yes, yes. Shabbat shalom, sembet salam. This Shabbat, Shabbat Wayyesheb. Wow.
Sembet salam. Shabbat shalom.
Yes, 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 yes. Come with the fullness. Oh. Whoa.
Lion of Judah Society.
Jump over this one, burn up your phone, jump in the river, move on the other side, makes sense. When I come here, I just see a freedom fighter, excellent. Now go leave you for me like I'm black people, expense. Free baggy, you need a lot of the sensor in the skyscraper. When the people in the trench, give me my land and me diamond in the French, and you can't get me island, me not talk again. Go to jump, boom, go to jump, go to jump, boom, go to jump. Go Jojo, boom, and the biggie jump, the Congo jump, go Jojo, boom, go Jojo, what? They never tell you that, watch ya, check ya, but you is a real rasta. If you deal with Babasha, that's a free judge and barrister. If you deal with vegetable, when you use a make your pasta. Go Jojo, boom, go Jojo, go Jojo, boom, go Jojo, go Jojo, boom, and the biggie jump, the Congo jump, go Jojo, boom, go Jojo, what? Go Jojo, boom, go Jojo, hey.
Yes, 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 yes. Kojo drum. Give thanks, Kalanji. Right there. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Rastafari.
Be well. Shabbat shalom.
Oh my. I dreamt of a great judgment morning, and of the wicked freeze when the trumpets and blow. Dreamt of all nation assembled to be judged in front Selassie I throne. Yes, I dreamt of a great judgment morning, and of the wicked freeze when the trumpets and blow. Dreamt of all nation assembled to be judged in front Selassie I throne. Many weep as the last word round upon their fame. Many prayed, but I know they prayed too late, and saw tears trickle down the wicked man's face. As them can't go as I am to righteousness. Saint Thomas dear, standing on the land in this day, stating that the wicked times will no longer be. With his palms stretched out for the whole world to see that he's a rightful ruler continually. I dreamt of a great judgment morning, and of the wicked trees went a trumpet and blow. Dreamt of all nation assembled to be judged in front Selassie I throne. I dreamt of a great judgment morning, and of the wicked trees went a trumpet and blow. Dreamt of all nation assembled to be judged in front Selassie I throne. Yes, I said the wicked man was there with his greatness, but when Jah come him up to leave it behind. And when Jah open the book of his record, no trace of the wicked man greatness he find. He said, no shadows in the Zion forever. Yes, it's only love and unity for mankind. Oh, he's the King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering lion every time. You never have no mercy for the wicked man, set to get apart. The words of the blasphemers surely punish those who make his word bad. Oh, my friend, what a lovely dream I had. Oh, yes.
Lion of Judah Society.
The emperor was then vested with the 7 ornaments of the coronation, including his gold sword studded with precious stones, a diamond-encrusted ring, 2 traditional lances, the imperial scepter, and a golden globe of the earth, the imperial vestments, and at last came the magnificent crown. Seven differently scented ointments of ancient prescription were received on the imperial head, brow, and shoulders, one with each of these ornaments. The final ceremony was a grand tour of the cathedral by the emperor and empress, who was also crowned, but with less elaborate rites. They were escorted by the priests and bishops, princes and high dignitaries, Ethiopian bishops and priests from all over Ethiopia, and a large number of Coptic deacons, carrying palm branches and chanting in mighty volume.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.
Shabbat Shalom, Umm Barak. Peaceful Sabbath and a blessed one. Shalom, Chaverim. Shalom.